Second time lucky. This is Looks Live, and I'm back. It is a Sunday night in your prime. Not a Saturday, but a Sunday. I don't know if you heard the last thing I said. I had issues, so I couldn't come to you yesterday. But we're here for a quick 2 hours of coping and information and depression, and then we'll be out of here. I actually have a guest this week. I can't believe it. Someone actually wants to speak to me. It's Mr. Scops. I'm so honored to have you here. I'm honored to have anyone here, but thank you for
coming as well. Thanks for having me, Face.
No problem. I'm gonna add your name. Thank you. Your viewpoint is going to be really essential or insightful when we come to the last half of the stream, the second half of the stream. But for now, let's just get into today's stream. Okay, before we get into today's stream, I'm going to tell you about an experience I had about 2 weeks ago. This is why socializing with the normies is starting to get tiresome. So I went out with a friend of mine, a good friend. He's been a friend for years. Let me make sure my audio settings are good. Give me a sec.
Yeah, sound good to me.
Okay, good. I'm going to turn you up a bit. Let me turn you up. Okay. Yeah, I went out with a friend before the second lockdown we have here. Thank you, said always a pleasure listening. Thank you, MGTOW Dictionary. Shout out to MGTOW Dictionary. I went out with a friend. I think it was before this latest lockdown, but going out is really weird. Like if you go to a pub or a bar, like this woman would take your name and write you on a list, and then she'll say, well, there aren't enough tables or there isn't enough plexiglass separators. It was really weird. It was really like 1984. I went to meet a friend in a pub, and this friend, my friend, let's call him Max. My friend Max, you know, he knows a lot of people in that pub, and one guy he knew was I would say a high tier normie, like a 6 out of 10 guy. And then my friend said, I'm just going to go to get a cigarette. And he left me speaking with this guy who I'd never met before. I didn't know him from Adam. So I'm speaking to this Yeah.
Is this your friend's friend?
Yes, yeah, it's his friend. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
So my friend's friend is sitting at the table with us, three of us, and my friend leaves to go outside and smoke a cigarette. So... what was that noise? I heard some weird noise. Okay, anyway, so this friend, this 6 out of 10 guy, maybe 6.5, he was saying how he's made changes in his life and what he's done in his life, and he said he had a next door neighbor who a female whose house he used to go over for let's say snuggles, and he it was easy for him. Life just seemed to work for him. And he said before that he had another next door neighbor who he used to go over for snuggles. He's dating this girl now. Just the dichotomy between his life and mine. Exactly. He didn't even have to leave his street to get a girlfriend, and so he moved away recently, but he came back to this pub because his girlfriend lives in the area. And so anyway, he spoke about these relationships he's had, and then my friend, who in his desire to be helpful, I just wish he didn't say anything. My friend knows about my YouTube channel, and he said to this guy was a North African guy. My friend is black, Max is black. The other guy is North African, but 6.5 out of 10. And so my friend Max said, tell Face that it's not all about looks, because he's got this idea that it's all about looks, and he runs this YouTube channel. Yeah, cringe. And so this North African guy, remember, he's a 6.5 out of 10. He's been banging his neighbors, female neighbors. This is what he said to me. He said, well, you can't please every girl, but you'll eventually find the right girl. She'll just come along. It all works out. Yeah.
To be blue-pilled again.
Yeah, I know.
What I would give.
So we can't even expect men to be black-pilled, all men to be black-pilled. So we've got no chance in hell of society understanding the incelibate problem that's sweeping the West. I mean, the level of delusion. He just spent the last 10 minutes telling me that it was easy for him to get laid, and he's all of this kind of Chad-like lifestyle.
And yet he thinks looks aren't playing a role in his exploits. He just expects that his situation is true for all men. Exactly.
Just complete ignorance. It's so have you ever had a black-pilled experience like that, or where you're kind of fighting the blue pill?
It actually kind of reminds me of an experience not too long ago, actually, where I slipped up and talked about the black pill in real life with I wouldn't call them friends, but it was a friend's barbecue.
Okay.
And I don't know what we were talking about memes, and I was talking about the Virgin versus Chad meme, and one thing led to another, and I talked about black-pilled memes or something, and one of the guys clearly was a Redditor and was pretty aware of incel lingo and whatnot.
Sorry.
And he started speaking up and was like, "You're black-pilled," he was trying to explain it to the other girls at the barbecue what that meant, and basically I made myself the pariah at this barbecue.
Oh no, yeah, you really have to be careful, because number one, a doxing fear, but also that just gives people a stick to beat you over the head with. They'll be like, oh, you're one of those incelibates.
There was no backpedaling either.
Okay, all right, let's move on to this. Right. This, I've intentionally blurred this because I want to read this. First, I want to obfuscate the details of this. So this is kind of blurred, hopefully blurry enough. If it's too clear, just pretend you can't see it. Right. Right. So, the topic is black pill and physiognomy. Who life ended who? And by the term life ending or life ended or life end, you know what I'm referring to end someone's life. So let's just get a definition.
Basically this.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Cancel culture. So
yes, to cancel. Yeah. Yes. Nice. I like that. That is that's the correct answer. Physiognomy. Yes. The definition of which is a person's facial features or expression, especially when regarded as indicative of character or ethnic origin. And the second definition of physiognomy is the supposed art of judging character from facial characteristics. So let me read this, but I'm going to obfuscate some of the information. Let me get it up on screen, on my own screen here. I think I'll get this one up. All right, so I'll read it. I'll try to read it as best I can, changing it on the fly. A man is charged with life-ending attack on another man outside of New York bar on Thanksgiving morning after delivering one single punch to the head during an argument. Okay. The black pill, as well as and tying into the black pill, physiognomy isn't necessarily a predictor of behavior, but it can give you an idea of the likelihood of someone's behavior, someone's dominant versus meeker behavior or traits. For instance, if there is like a 5'3" man with like narrow shoulders and has like a mouth breathing profile facially, it's relatively safe to assume that he might not be the best fighter. Exceptions do exist. And look at bodyguards.
I mean, weight is pretty significant. Sure. So
Sorry.
5'3" is probably in any sort of fight. Obviously, weight is a significant factor. So
yes.
5'3" is probably not going to weigh in at significant.
If you look at bodyguards, they tend to be like tall with like wide shoulders.
6'3" minimum, I'd say.
Definitely. And really and truly, bodyguards aren't required to be good fighters. It's more about the optics. It's more about looking menacing, looking dominant, so people don't test your strength. But I guess if you're like a 5'3" frame cell with a guy with a narrower frame, you're likely to grow up bullied. Therefore, you kind of settle into the role that society gives you. You don't try to act dominant. You don't try to test the waters with taller men and try to punch them up. And it kind of works as in a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
High inhibition is not something you're born with. It's something that you're nurtured into.
So, with that said, I think that blue pillars and red pillars probably don't like the idea of physiognomy, because physiognomy is pretty much a black-pilled philosophy. All right, so because if you look at physiognomy, I read out the details. One of these guys cancelled the other. Which do you think was the canceller, and which of these guys do you think was the cancelled?
I mean, obviously, Chad here on the left cancelled a likely incel on the right.
Does anyone?
Maybe it's a trick question.
Okay, let's see if the live chat wants to play a part in this. So live chat, which one of these guys cancelled the other? Cancelled his life? The guy on the left, let's just say 1, or the guy on the right, 2. Which one did the cancelling? So I'll give them some seconds because it's delayed. One of these guys cancelled the other. Which one do you think it was? Who did the cancelling? All right, while that goes ahead, someone's trolling saying the incelibate cancelled the Chad. Plot twist. So Lewis Plays Games said left. Old Saggy or Sax says 1. Title says means. All right. Okay. So everyone's saying 1. Look at the Chad on the left. You can see that, right, Mr. Scops?
Oh,
you can see. Yeah.
I mean, his jaw alone.
Yeah.
It knocks me to oblivion.
Yeah. And yes, exactly. So let me read the title. Let me give you a clear picture of what happened. There it is. Bartender 25 is charged with life cancelling attack on Irish Gaelic football player 21 outside a New York bar on Thanksgiving morning after delivering a single punch to his head during an argument. So the the Chad on the left, and this should come as no surprise to any black pillar. This is no surprise. This is exactly what we speak about. This ties into the black pill precisely and accurately. We can make assumptions about people's looks, about men's looks. So it's insane to reason that women don't make even more deeper assumptions, because we're looking at these guys through the lens of. Sorry.
Like, who's going to protect these
exactly
women, obviously.
But we're looking at this through the lens of which one is the most chadly looking, which one is the most masculine looking. Women have like more investment tied up when judging a man's physical characteristics. They're looking at reproduction, protection, who's going to be the best place to place your genetics, basically, to go halves on a baby with. With whom will your baby be more likely to survive and be stronger and able to survive and have his own offspring. So if we as men can make assumptions about these men, just based off what we can perceive of their fighting prowess, then how many more assumptions are being made by women based off their physical looks? How many more assumptions are important to women that we're not even considering right now?
I mean, I'm sure the list is endless.
Definitely. So the weaker guy had his life ended. This is just I don't know if you can see this. Even I can't see this now because I'll have to blow this up on my screen here. But even down to the photographs where they were sourced from, the Chad on the left, his photo was sourced from Instagram. And the incelibate guy, his photo was sourced from Facebook. And if you know anything about these two social media sites, Instagram is where you go to give a inflated, high status view of yourself. You show off your lifestyle. You make your life look attractive to women, attractive to people in a kind of social circle kind of way. Whereas Facebook, I mean, who uses Facebook anymore? Facebook now in 2020.
In 2020?
Exactly. Facebook today is the place where you post like statuses.
You keep in touch with your parents.
Thank you. It's like where you post like statuses that you're too high in ambition to say in real life. So you'll say stuff like, I don't know, Trump should give it up, or I don't know, something you'll say it on Facebook because you're too high in ambition to say it in real life. But above and beyond that, or keep in contact with some relative who lives 300 miles away. But apart from that, it just paints the picture. It's like the perfect ties this story up into a neat bow, that the incelibate, his picture was sourced from Facebook, and the Chad, his was from the site that draws the most women.
So, Face, when you found this news article, did you make the same assumption we all did?
Yeah, of course. Like I wanted to check in case I was being biased or jump into conclusions, but. Yeah, I was right. All of us were right. Okay, all right. Let's move on. So there is a guy. MGTOW overinflate their impact. Now, just so it doesn't get misconstrued, I like the idea of MGTOW, men going their own way. No surprise, the Chad wrecked the ugly guy gentleman. Chad always wins. Yeah, legit. I watch a lot of MGTOW content. I think it's like the closest to the black pill. MGTOW content is the closest to the black pill, if compared with say pickup art, PUA, or yeah, I can't think of any other red pill communities.
Content.
Yeah, I think MGTOW is the closest to black pill. We do share some acknowledgements about female behavior and evolutionary biology. Some things in common. Do you agree, or maybe I'm wrong?
Yeah, at the very least, MGTOWs are not making our lives or hypergamy any worse than it already is. So
thank you. Yeah,
I can see them as allies in that regard.
Yeah, and if you look at this guy, this is a Better Bachelor. I looked at some of his channel because he's really big. It's quite telling that his video, I don't know if you can see this, I'll just describe it to you. In one video, he says, women say they want this, and it's a man holding a rose. And he says, then why do they chase after this? And they've got a picture of a gym maxed Chad. And that video got 66k views, which is quite low for him. He gets like a bunch of views. But the video that we're going to take a look at today, women are starting to worry they see men leaving the dating game. That got 200k views, and that speaks to MGTOW's coping. Men going their own way. Beta Bachelor, someone said. MGTOW like to cope that they are having this huge impact on dating, and that women are crying, women are regretting feminism, regretting being empowered. Yeah.
If you were to guess what percentage of those 200k viewers are men, what would your guess be?
It would be like 99.9% men.
I would make the same. I would make the exact same guess.
Now, I'm not trying to crap over MGTOW, because we do acknowledge the same things, like, for instance, hypergamy, female hypergamy. The difference, we do recognize both the black pill and the red pill, or MGTOW and black pillars. We recognize that female nature is not as virtuous and as wonderful as we're led to believe. I think the main difference comes from the red pill is behavioral deterministic. So they believe that your behavior is important, and that men can have the advantage over women based on changing their actions and just adopting the right actions,
saying keywords,
saying the right words at the right time, bro. Whereas MGTOW, MGTOW's fundamental principle is that men are in control. So I guess that's why the MGTOW flocked to this video with the 200k views, which says men are winning, marriage rates lowest in recorded history. The MGTOW flocked to that video, in their droves, 200k, versus the video which showed that women pick good looking guys, which only got 66k videos, because MGTOW don't want to recognize that that looks are an important factor, and that they aren't the ones in power. Okay, so let's move on. Let's go to this video. This is the video. Women are starting to worry. They see men as leaving the dating game, and then in the thumbnail it says men winning, marriage rates lowest in recorded history. So let's go to this. Hopefully everything goes well when watching this.
my Tinder dating profile from hell for tonight. And this is from, now I didn't mask any of this out because this obviously isn't her real name. This is from Brioni40. Looking for a one-night threesome. I'm married with kids and 40 years old, but I need to do this. Cannot post photos for fear of discovery. Gentlemen, if you have a 40-year-old wife somewhere where they measure in kilometers versus miles, and she's 40.
Right. This is just an introduction to his video. So this is just a quick aside to the main point I want to get into. So this Brioni, if she's telling the truth that she's married, she's appealing to men on the side, which indicates that she either has a surplus of options and she wants more, she has a husband already, or she knows that she can get more. So this doesn't speak well to Better Bachelor's point straight off the bat, because this doesn't speak to his point that men are winning. In fact, a lot of older women, this woman is 40, probably lying, she's probably 45. A lot of older women are married to men because they were born too late for like fourth wave feminism. So it's telling that with the legalizing of divorce, women are the ones who file for divorce more often. It's women who are the ones who aren't happy with the supply of men. So it's not so much men walking away from marriage, it's more a case of women walking away from marriage, unless there is some circumstance that keeps them there. And I read an example of one. Let me move my mic so I can read this. This is from NetMums. I'll read this as quickly as I can because this is an aside. This isn't the main point. I want to leave him, but I have nowhere to go. Hi, I'm looking for some help and advice, please. I'm stuck in a pretty horrible situation. My relationship has broken down. It's been a long time coming. We've probably come to this point about 3 times in the last 5 years, but we've patched it up and just plodded along because we have 2 kids, 2 and nearly 4. But I can't do it anymore. I want to get out, but I don't know how. We've just given our notice on the house, so are due to move out in less than 2 months. And we're supposed to be moving back into his house on the south coast. He's just gone down there this morning for a bit because it's such a horrible environment here. I don't want to move down there with him, but I've got nowhere else to go. My entire family is in Ireland. She's in the UK. My entire family is in Ireland, and I have no friends here to stay with. So the idea that men are winning, the idea that men are winning, or that men are leaving marriage behind. It's women who leave marriage behind, women who have moved on from marriage, except if they're caught in these kind of situations where they're dependent on a husband.
Yeah, I think the only case that these women are sticking around is if they haven't locked down his finances.
Yes.
But if they get an even 50-50 split or a better split in a lot of cases, then they're gone as soon as things don't go their way.
Exactly. She says, I can't keep going round in circles. He's controlling and manipulative. Okay, listen to how he's controlling, okay? He's constantly telling me the house is disgusting and I'm supposed to be a housewife. What do I do all day? So she doesn't work. The house is a mess. He says that he wants her to, clear up a bit, in the 10 hours he's working. She finds it manipulative. Yeah. She finds it controlling and manipulative. Oh, here is the next brutal bit. Anytime he wants to have intimacy, I have to drop everything and go to him, or we have an argument. So he's getting intimacy through like reluctantly. This is like this is marriage today, where women don't want us.
Giving him the bare minimum of what she knows she needs to keep him from filing for divorce, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. Granted, I haven't been very affectionate with him. Yeah, no crap. And I haven't initiated anything in a very, very long time. So I guess I can't blame him for being frustrated. But maybe if he stopped going on at me about my weight, so she's fat. If he stopped going on at me about my weight and telling me I should join a gym, I might feel more inclined to do something. So basically, she's saying if he stopped, he's voicing his opinion about her weight because she isn't doing anything about it, and then she's saying, well, if he stopped mentioning it, she would do something about it. But the whole issue is she isn't doing anything about it. That's why he's bringing it up. She says,
easy for her to say.
She says, I have no job. My credit cards and overdrafts are maxed out. Blah blah blah. So yeah. Marriage is even when men are married. That is garbage.
This husband has got to be incredibly low value,
and that is a lot of marriages today. Like as we go through the generations, you'll find that like the boomers are married, but the relationships are like the women are like or the wives are like, well, I can't move, I can't pull the ripcord on this now. And then like what's after the Gen X, I guess they're less likely to be married, they're more likely to divorce. And then as we go through each generation, it's the women who are opting out of marriage. It's ridiculous. These MGTOW think that
when you think about it, it's the after a divorce, women's extended friends and extended family come to support her through the hard times, and it's going to be okay. You'll find a nice new man. Man, on the other hand, his family is angry at him. His friends are disappointed. That he can't win in a divorce scenario. So he literally has to do anything he can to avoid the divorce, and women know this.
I read that when women get divorced, they're more likely to get cosmetic surgery, and when men get divorced, they're more likely to become alcoholics. So tell me who is making the decision here. It's women who are pulling the ripcord on marriages. So again, going back to Better Bachelor's narrative, men aren't winning here. It's cope. This is pure feel-good MGTOW cope. Yeah? It's like, we're owning the women. I'm owning the women by not marrying them. I'm sitting in my house, and I've got my motorcycle, and women wish they could date me, but no. Yeah, my man cave. I don't have a woman to tell me what to do. I can cook my own pizza, my own frozen pizza. This is cope. Women don't want these men. They don't want them.
I think somehow MGTOWs by posting this, they see the woman commenting on her qualities, that she's broke, she's fat, she doesn't clean the house.
Yeah.
And they can imagine that they're somehow above this woman. But the reality is they aren't. It doesn't matter how gross this woman is. These MGTOWs are still below her.
Exactly. Okay, let's keep going.
Be aware. So the U.S. divorce rate has hit a 50-year low. This, interestingly, is from a different study.
Okay, by the way, when he said the US divorce rate has hit an all-time low, that's because marriage has hit an all-time low. There are less people getting divorced because there are there are fewer people getting divorced because there are fewer people getting married.
That marriage or divorce is, yes, at the lowest rate that it's been at since about 1970. So, and that's when the no-fault divorce laws came into effect. So, yes, it is at a low for the last 50 years. However, marriage is at an all-time low. Marriage is lower than it's been ever, including the Great Depression.
He had a chart which he was kind enough to put in his description. Okay, women drive divorce rates. So if you look at this chart of marriage and divorce, at the end of World War II, marriage rates went up because I'm guessing a lot of that's when men had value, because men were coming back home from war, and I guess a lot of the women who were like cheating on their husband while he was in battle, I guess they were like, well, he isn't dead, and I guess I'll have to stay with him now, so I'll just conform to my situation.
And women felt an obligation to basically contribute to the post-war effort by offering their uteruses.
Yeah. Someone said I'm heavily breathing. Sorry about that. And then what else? Yeah, and then there are some women who are just happy for their husband to come home. So the spike in World War II or post World War II marriages, that's nothing surprising, but the divorce rate, where is it? In the mid 60s, no fault divorce. No fault divorce laws. Yeah, that when that came into play, the divorce rate skyrocketed, and that was due to women. Again, this whole narrative that it's men driving divorce and that men are winning from low rates of marriage, that is a MGTOW cope. It's women who don't want to associate with today's men. Men today are struggling to get you heavily breathing because you had threesome. Men are struggling to get like a text. Like back in the day, like let's say in the 1950s, men would be like, I just want a nice woman who takes care of the household and raises the kids well. And then in the 2000s, men were like, yeah, I just want some dates and a kiss close. That's pickup artist terminology. I want a kiss from a woman. And then 2010s, it's like men are like, well, I just want a text. I just want an IOI. I just want a text. I just want a like on Tinder. Like the criteria that men are willing to accept has just gone down, ever increasing or ever more down, because we're happier with less because we get less now. So I get why MGTOW like to cope, because it gives men want to admit men want to feel that they're in power, the position of power, and that anything that is befalling men is men are in control of it and men are driving it. But that's just not the case.
Denying that MGTOW is cope is just low IQ. But if you're MGTOW and you admit that it's cope, then I think that's great. You're not making hypergamy any worse. You're keeping to yourself. You're not holding anyone else back.
Exactly. All right. I had a something to read, and I've completely lost it.
Oh, a donation from Captain Falcon.
No, I had it was a bold article, and I've completely lost it. Oh, this is painful. If I don't find it, I'll have to add it again. All right, so let me do this. Oh, this is painful. All right.
So Captain Falcon's comment, most MGTOW don't do it to spite women. Most of us just don't care and want to do our own thing. Yeah, Captain, I couldn't agree more with you. I absolutely respect MGTOWs that come at it from that perspective. It's the MGTOWs posting these. Oh, look at these desperate Tinder 40-year-olds that are past the post-wall and already ridden the carousel. Nobody wants them. Somebody wants them. There is a simp out there that is happy to take her, and I'm sure she's getting hundreds and hundreds of messages.
Oh, all right. Maybe is it here? I really don't know where it is. Oh my gosh, what annoyance! I had All right, I'll just read the article. I really wish I could get it on screen, but I don't know where it went. All right, so this is an article. This is bold. Where's my mouse? There it is. It's there. I can see it. It's there. I just don't know why it's decided to go weird. Let me see if I can change it up so you can see it. Transform, edit. Let's do 280. Let me turn off the sound effects for a sec. I have no idea why this kind of went haywire.
It was a little bit readable before.
All right, so let me do this again. Give me a sec. Oh, all right. If I put it wide, there it is. Okay, sorry. A boomer moment. All right, so let me read this. Yeah, so this is from women's perspective. Women are getting married less and less, and the reason why might shock you. There was once a very good reason for women to lock it down with a man. Men offered something that we as women needed. Men were hunters, providers, and protectors, while women took on the role of child rearing and maintaining a home. These were our biological roles, the natural order of how things were supposed to be. And because of that, for a very long time, no one batted an eye. However, as we've clawed ourselves out of the mold and fought against our inherent biology, our need to be married isn't what it used to be, as Hannah Rosen wrote in The End of Men, blah, blah, blah. So let's just go through these reasons. All right, 1, reasons why women don't get married anymore. There just aren't as many worthwhile guys anymore. So yeah, this speaks to...
okay.
Yeah. So either men's personalities just got worse since I don't know, second wave feminism, when women were able to provide for themselves and were able to choose men based on looks and not choose men based on financial stability anymore. Either that was the case, or women are picking men now based on looks, and men, obviously not enough men are good looking, so we just aren't worthwhile anymore.
Yeah, that's basically saying nothing in a few words. There's absolutely no logic behind it. It's just an arbitrary statement that somehow puts women in the right, men in the wrong.
Yep. 2, women are the complete package on their own. Let me just read it. Research from 2010 found that for the first time in US history, more women than men are in the workforce, holding the majority of jobs in the country, while there is still that discussing gender wage gap. Oh gosh, we will get that taken care of sooner or later. So yeah, basically now women have their own money. So the only incentive, this ties into reason number one. The only incentive women have to get married anymore is looks, or a guy's looks, or status, because they have their own money. This is the effect of second wave feminism. I'll skip number 3 because it's a sponsored link. Reason number 4: marriage is outdated and women know that. Yep, basically same thing. 5: many men continue to be threatened by strong and successful women. Not really. Okay, this is one. 6: the hookup culture is alive and well. While the 1990s saw what was referred to as the hookup culture, we're now living in the dating apocalypse. This dating apocalypse is caused by women, according to writer Nancy Jo Sales. Dating apps like Tinder have created a culture where hooking up and casual relationships have replaced serious commitment, and because this tends to work.
Acknowledging diversity.
Yes. Literally, marriage is taking a back seat. So if you just tie that together, marriage is taking a back seat where lower tier men could compete, because lower tier men could offer financial stability. Now that the hookup culture has taken over, well, women are just going to pick the good looking guy and have short term relationships now. So this is a huge black pill.
Absolutely. And women don't need the marriage to, as she listed in a prior reason, the idea of marrying up is gone. Society doesn't expect women to marry to the same extent as it did in the 90s, and these women can get Chad's sperm and move on with their lives.
Absolutely brutal. Let's keep going. So yeah, as you said, number 7, the idea of marrying up is gone. When women were denied the right to be educated and to have careers, the concept of marrying up in order to improve their lot, as Bollock writes, was just what women did. It was keeping in line with what was socially acceptable without rocking the boat. But if you're more educated, more successful, and the pool of men to choose from is on par with a wasteland or of deteriorated good for nothings, why bother? So again, this is like the second wave of feminism, and maybe the third, has empowered women such that women used to view marrying up not just in terms of looks, but in terms of a man's social standing, his financial stability. But now that women are the ones with financial stability, what incentive is there to marry a man other than his looks? Really, not really much. And then, because few men are attractive, why marry at all?
I mean, it seems like perfectly good logic to me.
So you've got women who are empowered that they don't want to date anymore. They're just used. They're happy to hop from bed to bed, short-term relationships, all the while blaming men, saying that men are jerks and pigs, and women are the one picking these pigs, by the way. And so it proves inceldom, or the black pill, correct. This is like I don't really believe in a collapse, but if it were to collapse, this is like we're on that trajectory.
I mean, these women in their position, it's hard to even blame them. Like
to be honest,
with the options at their fingertips.
Yeah, exactly. I had a point. I wrote it down because I wanted to make sure I said it. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep moving. 8, women have risen and continue to rise. 9, marriage isn't necessary for women to be mothers. Men have lost what little value they had. Oh, that is such a bitchy way of putting it. Men have lost what little value we had.
It's a low blow for sure, but she's not wrong.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the actual. These are the actual facts. So let's go back to this MGTOW now. Let me play.
It is down to about 7. So I'm going to read this article. This is just written, I think, today by Juliana Stewart. This is just a couple days old. Millions of men no longer want to get married, and you can thank the government for that. And I thought this was an interesting take on it. It says marriage is on the decline, and it's a scary thought. Scary for you ladies, not for us guys. Imagine dating a man for years, cohabitating, and giving the relationship your all without him ever having to put a ring on it. No matrimony, no wedding dress, and no big celebration with family and friends. What about the thought of having children without marriage? Now, see, the way that she writes that, it makes it sound like this is guys' choices. But it's not. This is what the women want. Women don't want to settle down. Women don't want to tie the knot. They want to use their fun years. And I have an interview on another article that I'm going to read. They want to use their fun years to have their fun. And then when they're kind of, I mean, it's guys are kind of thinking that women are coming to them secondhand. Now, secondhand meaning that it's, you could look at it two ways. Number one, secondhand because she's been with other men and she's in the used market. But let's face it, most of us that get married or have gotten married or do long-term relationships, a lot of them fail. So you're never showing up fresh as a daisy. Most women look forward to tying the knot with a man of their dreams. But what will happen if millions of men refuse to get married? This is what's currently happening in America and many other parts of the world. Historically low marriage rates in America. U.S. News reported that marriage rates reached a historic low in 2018 with only 6.5 people out of 1,000 getting married, the lowest level in 118 years. Philip Cohen, a sociology professor at the University of Maryland, says women's independence and gender equality is a huge factor in the long-term decline in marriage.
This isn't like backing his argument up. He said men are winning. I'll actually be able to pronounce that one day. He's saying that men are winning, and then he's actually flip-flopping around, proving that men aren't the ones winning, but women are. This is all driven by women.
Literally disproved at some point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's a little bit of clickbait, I guess, and feel good kind of rhetoric. Like he's trying to say, yeah, women, yeah, divorce is kind of a thing. Marriage rates are low, but yeah, we're winning. Never mind the actual facts. I think we can take from it what we want to see into the facts, and men are winning. Again, the MGTOW is a community of men who want to feel empowered. They want to feel that they're going their own way is their own choice. They want to feel that their decision is having an impact. So they see things through the lens of them disrupting society. And then they read articles like this that don't really back up their points.
Let me read that again. Women's independence and their equality. It's the women that are making this decision. There's also been a rise in the men's rights groups, such as Guys Going Their Own Way and the Manosphere, where men in droves complain about women's unfair treatment in relationships and family courts.
Right.
Everything is different.
So let's go back. Right. Yeah. So, sorry, I had to mute myself coughing. He's not looking. Obviously, he's like an older guy. He's not looking at this from the acknowledgement of where we're headed. He's looking at this from a kind of boomer point of view, where 50-year-old women are getting divorced more, but he's not looking at it from the point of view where today's younger men can't get married. We can't get a text. We're struggling to get a date. So if he were able to accept the black pills coming from the younger generations, he would be less inclined to have this viewpoint that this trend is in men's favor. It's not. And going through the generations, men are becoming less and less advantaged. It's a point I wanted to raise. Isn't it funny that with second and third wave feminism, women gained financial independence, which saw women starting to opt out of marriage, and now with fourth wave feminism, which is dating hookup culture, you're seeing women opting out of dating. So it's just hookups. So it seems like with every level of female empowerment, it alienates women away from men, not so much men away from women.
Yeah, I mean, his whole logic is flawed to think that his removal from the dating pool is having any effect on women.
Yeah, when it comes to women who, his thumbnail was that women are worried. You see this all the time, like in MGTOW videos. You see the thumbnail. Women are crying. Women are desperate because men are leaving the dating game. Women are beside themselves with grief. But you know, that's cope at best, clickbait at worst. It's not the case. Women are not worried about their options. Because they have options. These MGTOW think that because, 0.1% of men have gone their own way, and that women are, scared and worried.
If that somehow affects the dating pool.
Exactly.
They're using maybe 5% of.
Yeah, I would say that women may not like their options. You may have a case of a woman who's 40 years old or even 30 who doesn't like the pool of men she has available to her, but that's not the same as women not having any options.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of women fail to mention that when they talk about how sad their dating life is, and no guys are showing interest. It's no guys they're interested in interest. Whereas
exactly,
men are literally willing to take the first match that they can get on the dating app, but that first match never comes for a lot of us.
Right. I think he may have one more point to raise. No, he doesn't. Right. Yeah. So dating is it's over. Like the woman said. I said it on a stream 2 weeks ago, and now this woman said it. She said we're in a dating apocalypse. It's just that men are on the we're at the business end of the barrel of the how can I put it? We're at the business end of that, and women are at the power end. And I don't see. There is no way back. There is no way that things start to get favorable for men. The idea that men are walking away from marriage. Sorry.
Not in this lifetime.
Not in this. The idea that men are walking away from marriage is laughable when men can't get like a date. So if you see these MGTOW videos, just know that it's cope. Now, of course, there are good MGTOW and good MGTOW videos out there. TFM's good. Joker, Better Bachelor has some good videos. Coltane is absolutely high IQ. I love his videos. There are some MGTOW who are good, but there is a contingent, maybe not of MGTOW, but of their content that is cope, which is just aimed at making these MGTOW feel like they're going their own way or being sent their own way is having an impact. And they fail to realize that the generations coming up behind them are even less in a place of advantage than they are. So today's men, like today's millennials, today's Zoomers, marriage isn't even a thing. It's not even a thought. We're more what we speak about in the black pill community is dates. Like that's where that's the highest heights we get to. If you're like sub 5, a date or a phone number or something. So yeah, this is it doesn't actually, this content doesn't work in 2020.
It's noteworthy for a
yeah,
lot of men these days.
Exactly. All right, let's I'm trying to think what we should do first, because we're going to move on to stock, and I think people know what I mean by stock. Your genetic stock based on the country or continent you're from. Let's let people know how to get in contact with the show, and then I guess we'll play it by ear. This is Looks Live. Looks Live. Join the discussion. Add me on Discord, FACEandLMS #3804. But don't call. Send a message to me saying call, and I'll get to you when I'm good and ready.
You'll never have a white girl. Please go
It's Discord only today. Make sure you don't mind people seeing your display picture. Message call to join the discussion. Oh, you can't get a message readout. Streamlabs.com/FACEandLMS1. Right, this is Looks Live, and we'll take some calls. I think we should take one or two, see where we end up, and then we'll go on to our next subject. So that is the number to get into contact with us. I think who was first? It was yeah, click if you're in the Looks Live channel, or if you're in the Looks Live. I'm hearing some feedback. What the hell? If you're in the Looks Live server, please click on Waiting Bay. If you can't click on Waiting Bay, say so in the chat, and I'll give you the permissions to do so. All right. While we wait for callers to get their act together. Shout out to LL Cells, someone said. Let's move on to this. Right. This is a guy from the Black Pill community. People may know him. His name is It's Over. I've censored his face because I don't have permission to use his face, and I don't know how he feels about appearing on the stream. So if he wants me to censor this even further, I'll do that. He just needs to contact me. But we have proof that if you're white, you can ascend in Asia. There are women who are willing to date you in Asia. Just be white deniers. They deny. I'm having an interruption. Hold on a sec. There is hold up. I'm having an interruption. Do you want to say something about this while I go on mute?
Sure. Yeah. Anyone who is denying just be white is coping. There's a plethora of evidence out there that even sub 5 men can will have success if they lower their inhib enough to just up and go to one of these Southeast Asian countries: Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia.
Where did you go? Before we get into this, you're white, right?
Yes.
And where did you go, or where have you visited?
So I've been in Asia. I've been to China and Japan.
Okay.
And right now, I am in Japan.
Okay, what's Japan like? Because I hear it's not straightforward as Asia's not like a monolith. Japan especially has its own reaction or perception of foreigners. So how did that work?
Yeah, absolutely. So Japan has had its ups and downs. There was a big economic bubble in the 80s and into the early 90s where Japan thought it was kind of becoming the most powerful country in the world, and was starting to look down on Western culture. But after said bubble popped, Japan immediately became a kind of a puppet country of the United States, specifically. And with this puppetry, the way that Western men were idealized, created a kind of an opportunity, I would say, for white men to, because obviously not all American men are white, but in Japan's eyes they are.
Yep.
And so if you are the stereotypical American male, Japan will love you.
Okay. Okay. All right. There you have it from the horse's mouth. As I was going to say, in the black pill community, we have legit proof of one of our own, using just be white theory to get a woman in Asia. Now, there are just be white deniers, and you'll find that 99.9999% of just be white deniers are white, because they see just be white as an attack or invalidating their inceldom, because they see it as ethnics, non-white, saying, bro, just go to Asia, bro, just move to Asia, bro, just pack up your entire life and move to Asia. We're not saying that, although visiting Asia is it is an prospect. It's an option, right?
One doesn't have to live. Just going there to prove to yourself that JBW maxing is a real thing I think is an important step in the black pill process. Because
let's be honest, whites in Asia have more prestige, and whites have more attractive facial features on the whole, or on average, I would say, than ethnics, and whites have better height too. So all of that plays into Asian women's, East and South, Asian women's low threshold or propensity for a white mate.
And one thing I'd like to say is that Asian women's facial recognition for what's considered attractive in the West is very low. So someone that's to the Western eye is obviously high inhib, socially awkward, bad posture, all these things won't necessarily be noticed by women in the East.
Okay, let's prove that further with this video.
Relationships and family courts.
Right, stock, and by stock we mean skin color. You know what I mean by stock.
Everything is different?
Everything different.
What do you mean?
Look at the body language. She's holding on to him. I'm guessing this is a white guy in Asia, just
this
basically
looks like a day in the life.
a day in the life. He's just having a beer, and look at this woman. She is all over him. Look at the eye contact. For me to get this level of eye contact, I'm not even my optician gives me this level of eye contact.
Everything is
Obstetrician?
Optician.
Oh, your your eye doctor.
Yeah. Look at the look. She's rubbing the back of her hand on him. This
In his,
guy,
he's
dude's just
not
trying to have a
giving her
beer.
any- She's moving it. She's moving on.
I mean, would it? Who in their right mind thinks it would be like any kind of struggle for him to move her to her bedroom? Like, not at all. This is like it's the ball is in his court.
This guy. This is a very everyday situation in Japan, and the move to a love hotel, as they call them, is as simple as him saying, "Shall we go to a hotel?"
Right. Okay. I'll keep playing.
Everything different? I see. Hold on. Australia.
Look at the interlocking of fingers. He's like a celebrity there. Please don't tell me this is because he's Western. The cope is that it's because he's from the West. That's why he's getting this attention. Now, of course, that plays into some of the attraction, the exoticness, the illusion of high status, of money. But let's not pretend an average Indian guy or a black guy could go there and get this same level of worship.
Australia is
right? Or
absolutely not. It's his skin is the key factor in this entire exchange.
maybe different from America, right? Yeah, Australia is very different.
ooh.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Let's take some calls. All right. So reconnection. Yeah, my OBS disconnected. The soft to stream disconnected. It should be coming back. Coming back slowly.
I don't know if it's mine.
My connection dropped. I don't know what happened. All right. I don't know if I'm offline. I'm not.
Looks like you are.
Back. My connection dropped. I don't know. Stream lag. Alright. If I'm off. I have no idea. I can still see the stream going, the chat going. So what I'll do is I'll drag someone in. So it seems like the permissions have changed on this server.
I can still see the.
All right, Bin Affleck, you're on Looks Live.
Oh wait, I just realized that I need to push a button.
Okay, you're on Looks Live. Hi.
Hey, Face.
Hey. Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit with you first. The last 3 or 4 streams have been very low IQ. I don't know if you have noticed.
The last, what do you mean, the callers or me? I apologize.
No. The colors.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut down on the callers and cut them off instantly if I get the sense that it's going nowhere. All right, so yeah.
Who's the guy that's supposed to be talent?
This is really choppy. Like, I don't know if it's my connection, but what I'll do, let me just stop and come back. Give me a sec. I'm going to wait for my connection to come back. I'm joining the voice chat again.
Not too much. Have you been on the show before?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 times at this point.
Oh, cool,
Okay.
man.
What do you have to say about either dating, marriage, or just be white theory?
All right, so just today, by mere chance, I was arguing with somebody and I wrote like this huge paragraph, and I think that it ended up quite good. So I want to read it if it's possible.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, give me a second.
While we're waiting for that,
Waiting with bated breath.
all right. While we're waiting for him, let me look at some. I think it's this. Yeah, the just be white deniers. I'm not trying to say that they're cells. I'm not trying to say that whites don't struggle in some parts of the West, like California. I hear is hard. But if we're reducing just be white to it being just be, it's a huge mischaracterization of what's actually happening.
Yeah.
Someone donated $9.99. Thanks for that. What a kind sub you. Oh, sorry, I wrote that. So yeah, this headline, there isn't any need to really analyze it further. When importing sperm, Brazilians insist on white donors, preferably with blue eyes. How that's just to do with westernness and not to do with whiteness. You can't. You just can't.
Something about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing about Brazil is that a lot of people mischaracterize how Brazil really works, because a lot of people think of Brazil and they think of a country like India or like Mexico. It's not the same. Brazil is the closest country that Brazil is ethnically is to the United States. It has a huge white population. Like 60% of the people in Brazil are white, and the other 40% are mixed or black. So that's a lot of. And the people in Brazil, the ones that have the most money, and this treatment, like the artificial insemination, isn't something that's cheap. So I'm very sure, because I'm Latin American, so I know how this works, right? And I'm sure that 90% of the women that are taking this treatment are whites themselves, probably 30-year-old roasties that never got to marry or shit like that. That's
okay. All right. If you think that's mostly white women, then I'll raise you this. The wealthy single Chinese women choosing white sperm donors to have a baby. They want a family, but not a Chinese husband. Tell me more that these women aren't ethnic. Tell me more. And white men have prestige. There's no denying it.
Well, that's true, obviously, in terms of economic projection. White people are the ones that have the most, so it makes sense.
It's not It's not just economic. You know, I saw a video where East Asian women said that among other reasons why whiteness is valued to them is because culturally or historically, the poorer farming kind of class of Asians would be out in the sun farming and would get like a tan unwillingly, whereas the
true.
more rich,
yeah.
the whiteness is tied to it's tied up so much in so many aspects, so it's nothing to do with westernness
or
little to do with it.
Poems like the haikus that are like 2,000, 3,000 years old, and they already there the light skin among Japanese people, and this is way before any kind of contact with the West.
That just proves the point.
Brazil,
that proves the point. Even among Asians prefer lighter skin. So that's not a Western. That's not drive. They prefer lighter skin in and of itself. They prefer lighter skin, even their own culture, in their own stock, their own nationality. They prefer lighter skin. I know that in East, thanks and on Discord. This is Chad Rowan from 8 months ago with dreads. Oh, that guy. I'm gonna try and come to him. I know that even 8. Sorry, mind is doing too many things at once. I know that even East Asians and black people, they partake skin bleaching, where they use bleaching cream, because whiteness, even among the stock of East Asians, even among the stock of blacks, to be lighter is perceived as to be more attractive. So then, what if being a black person who's light skin, or an East Asian who is perceived as having attractiveness and prestige, then what does an organic white person have then? Even more. An organic white person has even more prestige.
But for example, back to what Mr. Scops was talking about, yeah, that's true. There's obviously a component of innate attractiveness, I guess, because of the. But in a way, it's also correlated to the degree of economic access that you have. When you have more economy, you have more to spend in treatments. You have better. You grow up eating better. You get taller. You get your forward protrusion of your maxilla, of your jaw is better, right? So it's not. It's all correlated in a way. It's a network in a way of traits that end up in the expression of attractiveness in nations that are more economically fluent or solvent than others.
Men said, what about suntan? Suntan plays into the notion that active whites aren't necessarily like Nordic, pale Nordics, but somewhat like Italians, French, even like swarthy white is attractive. But these people who suntan aren't trying to look, they're trying to look swarthy, golden, yeah. Did you have like a poem to read or something, or like a haiku? No, or not a haiku. Then some kind of quote. Yeah.
No, it's not a poem. It's a real argument about something that is related to everything that we talked. And also talking about these things about pigmentation and about the tanning and about the scales within, I don't know, like snow people, whatever you want to call them. There's a lot to talk about this, and I feel that it hasn't been talked before in your show. So format that you employ right now, it doesn't give the time unless it's on the first half of the stream. So I don't know if you're willing one of these weeks perhaps to have a stream with me, so we can address this better in like the first hour or 2 hours, and then we can follow to the rest of the format, the more common thing that goes on here.
Okay.
Because I have a lot of I don't know if to call it clips, but a lot of information that I think is propitious to be shared. Could be very good to be shared and talk about. To elucidate.
All right. Okay. All right. So I have to keep moving. So thanks for your call. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. There in species there is a strict monogamy to a strict polygamy spectrum. For species that are on the serial monogamy, that means marrying from one to another monogamy spectrum, there is an institution that is based around vasopressin and oxytocin. One hormone that is vasopressin is related to regulating the heart activity in the parasympathetic system, and the other is related to the way in which we relate to other people and the way in which we react to stress. So everybody feels this kind of love. There are two different institutions of love in humanity. There is this heart accelerating. There is this heart accelerating, purely physical, adrenaline infusing vasopressinal one, and there is this cuddly, bubbly, oxytocinal one. But the difference is that men pair bond through one, and females pair through the other.
Yes.
Men pair bond through the vasopressinal one, and females through the oxytocinal one. And ox is related to the degree of stress and pain that a person can endure. And because of this, the capacity of feel empathy and to self-insert in somebody else, right? Because it's related to the degree of stress, glucocorticoids that are in the stream. During sex, females experience an oxytocin buildup, because sex for a woman is an inherently painful experience. which she correlates intensely to the feeling of trust and safety that she derives from her partner. After the climax, there develops an ABAic, it is a type of acid in the brain, imprint the temporal lobe in the temporal lobe of the female brain, and that part of the brain is dedicated only to that man, and she will recall to that specific part of her brain anytime that she's with him. And this is the basis of pair bonding in humans. It's not only the hormones. It's about rewriting and rewiring the brain neurophysiology of the female.
So, are you saying what's the issue then?
All right. So, the problem is then that this process of neurochemical imprint is not something that is innate in humans as it is in another species, because we are recent monogamous. We don't descend from a species that itself was monogamous, and because of this, after a certain number of imprint, a new one fails in the female brain.
Oh, so women are basically, what you're saying is women are less able to pair bond after secreting a certain level of this hormone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like just to put it in a nutshell.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. The thing is that the woman at first correlates oxytocin to the feeling of safety, but after that she only correlates it to the feeling of pleasure. And the thing about oxytocin is that it's not only related to the degree of pleasure or like the coitus, the sexual act. It's also related to the ability of a woman to be empathetic and it's very important in the raising of the children. Like a woman pairs to the child in the same way that she pairs.
Yeah. You're going. I gotta stop you because you're going really long, and we're not actually. This is like a long point.
We can explain this in a sentence or so by saying that women who have had many partners are not able to bond as effectively with later partners. So getting it first is advantageous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that basically?
I think that's
in a
it.
nutshell?
Flick, I think this is a point that needs to be like, brought up on like its own stream. So I'm going to keep moving. So thanks for your call, Ben.
Sure.
All right.
Pleasure.
All right. Talk to you soon. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, man.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. If you're going to raise a point, kind of make it snappy and make it something like something that can be, because people are losing the thread of the conversation. By the way, I'm having some connection issues. I'm going to see if I can change my settings midstream. I don't think that's what I am going to try it. So if I turn my settings down to 900 kbps, I don't know if that will take effect yet. So what happens with that? Okay, let's take another call. Let's take JAFRM. Yoran looks.
So.
Yeah, you're here, but not necessarily near the microphone. Exactly. Are you serious? Like, step a few feet. Can you step a few feet closer to your microphone?
We can't hear you at all, man.
Is he speaking to us? He's not speaking to us.
He's having a conversation.
He's not speaking to us.
Maybe take a different one.
All right, I'm gonna swap him out.
No, he's talking to someone else.
He's not speaking to us. Get on. Oh, I'm on a different connection. The connection comes back up. Right. Apologies. My connections keep disconnecting and reconnecting me to whichever one it finds default. So you haven't really missed anything. Let's take Astounding Pilot. Astounding Pilot, you're on Looks Live.
Hello.
Hello. You're on Looks Live. By the way, I'm just going to say to the stream, my connection, I have about 3 different connections, and one died and it defaulted me to basically a dial-up one. So apologies for that. All right, so Astounding Pilot.
It's been lagging quite a bit, like a few times.
Okay.
It's nothing major, but I can like feel it buffering sometimes.
Okay. All right. What do you have to say about Just Be White or marriage, the decline in relationships?
I was just going to make one point first before. Actually, no. I'll jump straight into marriage and whatever. So, like, I hear a lot of people say like this is like a sort of cope point that people make. Like you hear people say, "Oh yeah, there's someone out there for everyone." Like there's the same amount of men and women out there. Like it's quite a blue pill point to make that people say. Like they say, "Oh yeah, it will eventually come through. You just got to meet the right person." But I don't think that really works because, well, like this is the reason. Because once a woman has a child with a man, and that could be with Chad, it could be because of divorce, like after getting married or anything, then her SMV like pretty much plummets. Like obviously like it's different people, like you can beta bucks after a woman has had a child, but for me personally I would rather start a relationship with a woman like starting from scratch. I want to have a family of my own.
Most men would.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of men like would agree with that. Yeah, they don't want to have bear the fruit of another man's child.
Exactly.
Yeah, and because of those numbers, like because a woman's like after a woman gets divorced and she's had a child, she's pretty much excluded from the dating market. Whilst a man, like after he gets divorced, he's going to be thrown straight back into the mix. Like
I think you're making a
say that again one more time. Yeah, say that again. Let me just process that.
So because once a woman's left the after a woman's got divorced and she's had a child, she can either like quote unquote like theoretically marry the state, have the state provide for her, or the man will pay compensation. You know, the divorced man, because he has to pay maintenance loans towards the female, so she has no problem raising the child from herself nowadays, so to speak. But a man, as soon as he gets divorced, he's going to be thrown straight back into the dating market, so the numbers are going to be skewed. So like again, you have that situation of a lot of men chasing very few women, when some people do argue that there's an equal amount of men as women.
Exactly. Yeah. First of all, things aren't equal anyway, because the number of men to women in the population, I think there are like...
It is 50-50.
Is it 50-50? I've seen in certain, if you break it down by age demographics, I think there are slightly more men than women. But even if there are equal men and women, which I doubt, but even if there are, women see only like the top 15%, maybe 20 if we're being really generous, as date worthy, not like attractive, not like lusting after, but
that's
just like, you know, acceptable, like, you know, I guess I could date him, maybe I'll keep him on the back burner in case I can't get a Chad. Like women see this, a small subset of men as date worthy. So even if we are 50-50 in terms of population, women are ignoring a huge swath of men, so we're not equal. There isn't this equality.
So then surely that would mean that an equal number of women aren't getting any attention from men.
No, because a lot of these chads are dating like serial monogamy. Yeah. So they're dating, women are like, they'll have hookups with a bunch of guys in rotation, or they'll date a guy for a while and then not be single for a while, whereas the woman's male equivalent, who's maybe sub 5, he won't date anything at all. So it's not this whole notion that if women are dating, then that means an equal number of men are dating. That's garbage. That's like kind of just world fallacy that doesn't actually work out in 2020.
And also there's that, and one more point also, that women like are concentrated like in sexual attraction from the age of about 18 to maybe like like 30, like tops, but then like men who are 30 and to like 45 sort of age are all still chasing those 20 to 25-year-old women. So like it's all like those 20 to 25-year-old women are getting concentrated amount of attention from men.
Yeah,
I mean, I think historically that was the case, but I think as men are getting no results in that 18 to 30 range, they're looking into that 30 plus market, and even then they're still seeing little results.
There are men who are into MILFs or who are reluctantly dating MILFs, so I don't buy this effect.
Yeah,
I don't buy this. Yeah, well, there are enough women in the 30 to 45 bracket aren't short on potential suitors. Just know that.
With that.
Do you have any like proof?
It is a problem that people don't fail to recognise is women between 30 and 45 aren't getting really any attention, and that may be their own fault as well, because a lot of women in that age.
Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from? That women in the 30 to 45 bracket are femcel, can't get a man? Are you serious?
You've acknowledged that yourself in the past. You said that women ride the carousel through the age of 18 to 30.
Yes.
When they hit 30, they hit the so-called wall, and then they don't get any attention.
I have never said that. I've said no. MGTOW believe that. I have never said that.
I've seen that on incel forums. You may not have said it yourself, but I've seen that on incel forums, and that is a widely regarded belief on the black pill.
It's a belief, and it's not a black pill belief. It's a red pill belief. That's what these like Better Bachelor and TFM believe. We don't believe that. We've done dating experiments with like 80-year-old women who get
bad fishing.
Yeah, we've done dating experiments with 80-year-old women. Women don't struggle.
I don't dispute the fact that women will always have an edge over man. So like a 6 out of 10 man will be worse off than a woman in her 30s who's past her prime, who's maybe like a 5 out of 10, like so less attractive, but she's still gonna get more attention than a 6 out of 10 man in his 20s. I don't dispute that, but men, like women, still like lose a lot of their edge after 30.
Men lose a lot of their edge, but I would say that women.
At inception,
just talking about having options.
Yeah, women. Okay, let's be concise. Women in their later years, like 35, 40, don't have the same wide options that they used to at 18. I don't think everyone can agree on that. But to come to some conclusion apropos of nothing at all, based off nothing, that women
I didn't say nothing at all. I still said that they have an edge over men in their 20s.
So, but you're saying that there are women who are like 30 to 45 are struggling to get a man?
They're struggling, but they will always have an edge. No doubt about that. Because
they're struggling. Maybe if they're struggling to get a man,
it's 100 to 1,000 times harder.
If they're struggling to get a man, it's because they don't like their options.
Yeah, 100%. Women will always have options, no matter what age they are. They'll have options, but those options may be limited, like 5 people by the age they reach 30 to 45 range.
Someone said my mic quality is bad. I'm going to turn my mic down a bit. Maybe I'm shouting.
Whereas in their 20s, like they had 100 options, but in like once you reach 30 and above for women, it's like there's 5 options, and most of them are going to be the beta providers that they've strung along for the last 10, 15 years.
Is it better having 5 options or 0?
Yeah, I've raised that point like at least 2 times in the last 5 minutes. Like I've said that they're always going to have an edge over the like sub 7 men. So I was just highlighting that as well.
So just the highlighting that women lose their edge after 30.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we all agree on that. But what's the overall? What's your point?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I think you was quite far from the mic.
I don't know. I'm just like, what's the point you're trying to make?
Yeah, it was just like.
Okay, so like men women.
So women lose their
their
edge. Like,
how does that
yeah.
affect men?
like I was trying to tie it with the original point that I made, that like that women, like, once they reach a certain age or like a certain point in their life after they've had a child, they become less desirable to men.
Yeah, I mean, in like relative terms, yeah, because women's status, women's sensual market value is so high. Yeah, you could say that women lose value when they become single moms, but going from like 100% value to like 60% value is,
completely agree. It's never gonna happen.
Whereas men are on like 10% value, the majority of men. So like women coming down, from 100 to 60.
Whereas men start at 5 and go down to like 3.
You said it. There you go.
A lot lower than 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to keep on moving. Okay, that was Astounding Pilot. Did you want to leave us on something about just be white theory?
I do agree with the JBW like theory as a whole, like, but I don't think it's the be all and end all, like, of anything.
Yeah.
Like obviously, like if you are, the so-called stock version of Chad, so like you got Tyrone, you got Chang, like they will still like have a huge edge over the dating market.
100%. 100%. You caught me with
like
sip.
So like the average white man will be a 6, and then you're gonna have a certain percentage that will be like a 7, some will be an 8, and then it will go like down from there. But then the average black man will be like a 5, the average Asian man will be a 4, but you're still gonna have Asian 8 out of 10s,
of course,
7 out of 10
yeah,
ends,
definitely,
but like just in lower proportions.
But that's the key point, is the lower proportions. Is if there's Chad saturation where you are, obviously you're gonna have better luck where there isn't Chad saturation.
Yeah.
All right, Astounding Pilot. Thanks for your call.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
See ya.
Yeah, I've been reminded, Mr. Scops. Can you tell us about your success in Japan as a white man?
Sure. So, kind of to branch off of that video you showed earlier, that situation of being approached by Japanese women in bars and just about anywhere is not so uncommon. I've been here for about a little over 2 weeks so far, and in maybe the 3 or 4 times I've gone out, 2 of those times I have been approached. I won't speak to the quality of said women. It varied, but they're just hearing English and seeing white guy.
Jinx asked your age roughly. Jinx asked your age roughly.
I am 29.
Okay, so this is if you're 29, if you're you've lived like a long time in the West, it's something to think about. I'm not advocating for like white men to go in mass to the East, but it's definitely something to think about. Sorry, continue. I interrupted.
Yeah. So I'm from the States. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier, but the difference in attention that I get is from women is absolutely night and day. I was if we're talking about dating apps, I had maybe the occasional land whale or bot match on Tinder
in the US
versus higher than 50% match rate on certain dating apps, specifically Bumble. So to anybody who JBW maxes in Japan, absolutely highly recommend Bumble. Tinder, I've seen mixed success, but just already I have matched and met multiple Bumble girls where I would have never been given the time of day in the States.
Just to be clear, you've met these on Bumble. You're meeting Asian women, Japanese women.
Japanese women, yeah.
Okay.
Japan.
Let me see if I can move ahead with the video. Or did I have a point to raise?
So,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want me to go into more depth. So I hear a lot of in these black pilled servers, I hear a lot of white guys, especially Americans, talking about how over it is for them, how hypergamous their state is, how things around them, no amount of surgery maxing, no amount of gym maxing, it's all cope, it's over, blah blah blah. But in almost every case, these guys have not tried geomaxing. And
okay.
So just for those who have run out of hope, are at wit's end, I urge you to at least just take a trip. Dip your feet in the water. If that fails, I'll eat my words. But I have yet to see a case. I have yet to see a case of a white guy failing in Japan. I can't speak to the other Asian countries, but I just the amount of interest I've gotten in these 2 weeks has been nothing short of incredible.
Wow.
Not an exaggeration.
And again, we must stress this isn't you being Western so much. This is white. This is whiteness. Whiteness is valued. Look at the screenshot we're looking at right now. This woman who looked very brown before, she white max, I guess, and she complained about Asian dudes hitting on her. And by the way, that woman we saw just a second ago, she was in, I believe, she was in America. So this belief that, it doesn't stand up to scrutiny that it's just a West women, these Eastern women prefer or are attracted to the Westernness. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny because look at this picture. They're in the West. These Asian women are in the West.
I don't see the picture.
Oh, you can't see it because just in
You're
general.
no longer.
I'm no longer stream. Oh, let me screen share with you. Right, you can see that. But just as I was saying, it doesn't bear out in reality this belief that Asian women are attracted to the Westernness of a man, regardless of his stock. That doesn't really bear out because they're attracted. There are white men.
Time again.
Exactly, there are white men who get ethnic women in the West. So what? There are like Asian women who live in the West who seek a white man.
Let me give you a little anecdote from the last week I went out. So I went out on Saturday, and I met a friend, I guess you would call him. I just met this guy recently, but he's kind of doing the same thing as I am. He's a guy from the UK, BBW maxing. So I think we kind of figured we could help each other out. We get approached by a mid-30s Indian brain surgeon.
What?
Wow. Literally brain surgeon, trying to ride on our coattails, so to speak.
Goodness.
And
Congrats on being white.
Go ahead. What was that?
I said congrats on being white.
Yeah. So the women interacting with us literally excused themselves from the conversation, and we didn't talk to them again.
Wow.
This is a brain surgeon.
Jeez.
India's brain surgeon.
Where was this, by the way? In Japan?
In Japan, yes.
Damn. Let's take Anons 12. You're on Looks Live. Anons 12 Anons. And because he's probably listening to the stream and not paying attention to the live Discord, let's give him a few seconds.
Yeah. He's muted, but I guess.
Okay, he's muted himself. All right. He jumped. He couldn't take the pressure. Spider Surdo, you're on Looks Live.
What's up, Spider?
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, welcome. What do you have to add?
I would like to talk about the MGTOW thing.
Oh, accent cell. Okay, this will be really quick.
Like you, I think MGTOW with.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could barely hear you. Like, this is really painful. Hello?
Can you hear me better now?
Okay, yeah, now, yeah.
Well, basically, while I know MGTOW is the goal, I
MGTOW is a
want
code.
MGTOW to expand and to become a mainstream thing, because if it really gets people into it, we can change things a bit. I mean, beta orbiters should disappear.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Spider.
I don't know. This is this is like this is really hard to understand. Do you want to reply to Mr. Scops before we move on?
Yeah. Spider, I see your point, and I agree with you. If all men went MGTOW, it would solve the hypergamy problem. Unfortunately, no Chad is going to willingly cooperate.
Exactly.
With
Chads have their own form of it, don't? Chads have their own form. Like Chads will, young Chads, let's say, have their own form of MGTOW where they don't settle down with a woman, or maybe they do. They're just not keen on marriage. But yeah,
a perfect world, yes.
Yeah.
But
I think even if only betas would go MGTOW, it would already make a difference, because most betas give a lot of attention to women, and that's a huge problem.
Which language is this guy speaking? I'm sorry, Spider, but I can barely understand.
There will always be blue-pilled people, and there's good luck converting them to the black pill.
It's not going to happen. Mr. Spider, I really do appreciate your call, but if I, as someone who learns languages and appreciates the complexity of learning dialects and stuff, if I'm struggling, then I know everyone else is. So I got to keep on moving, Mr. Spider. Spider. So
okay, thanks.
All right, no problem.
Thanks for the input, Spider.
Thanks for the input. Now your output. Charles, you're on Looks Live.
Charles.
Okay. Yes.
Hello, I'm going to turn you up with this. What? Okay. Mike Cell. Hey. Yes.
All right, Charles, can you talk?
Yes, I can talk.
This is how this works. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is a great opportunity for me because I've been watching your shows for a long time. I'm a big fan. Probably you don't know where I am. I am very far away from Europe, England. I'm in the Caribbean. I don't know exactly if you've been there.
Nope.
I'm in the Dominican Republic.
Okay.
This is very hot all year long. And
that sounds kind of nice.
Yes, the temperature is fine, and not right now is about let's see, is about 75 degrees. Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
okay. All right. Yeah. Let's move on. Let's move on from the weather report. Let's go on to the female report. Like how what do you have to say about today's dating market and Just Be White theory, marriage, dating, etc.?
Well, what is very surprising for me is because women right now they have all the power when it comes to sexuality, since feminism back in the 80s, and right now, we live in a hookup culture. Women are not willing to commit. They don't want to be in a. They want to commit when they are around 40 or 40, 45, because they don't want to end up alone. So they want to. They want to. I don't want. They want to enjoy their life, riding the CC. I don't want to use the word. I don't want to.
Yeah, riding the carousel. Yeah, which is something that black pillars and MGTOW agree on in kind alike. We agree that women in their youth, they ride the carousel of chads, and then when they get to like 30, 35, maybe even 40 these days, they start to realize, that isn't getting me anywhere. I should probably settle down. Yeah, we agree. But the MGTOW like to believe that women have no options at 35, whereas black pillars know that women just don't like their options at 35.
Yes, because they are not getting the attention from the men that they want. They're getting it. So let's see. Let's face this. I know a girl from Puerto Rico, and she's been telling about her promiscuous life to us at work. She's 20. She's 23.
Shameless now, yeah. Women are shameless now. There is no incentive for women to even have the illusion of being virtuous.
They don't have to hide
it. That's correct. So women now, they are open about their sexuality, and they are glorified for being promiscuous. So when I heard this, when she was telling the stories, she was in the middle of 3 guys.
Oh, literally in the middle of 3 guys.
She was on their knees, doing, you know what I'm
begging them, please.
Yeah, doing the beat for 3 men, and they're
jeez
on their cleavage. And the same girl is telling that she doesn't have any intention of marrying before 30.
Yeah.
So I can imagine the poor schmuck who's going to marry that girl and get this.
He's going to be lucky.
And get this girl pregnant. And give in and breastfeeding this kid. Even imagine you're this guy. Your son is being. That woman is breastfeeding your kid.
It's hard to imagine blue pill thought once you're black pilled, Charles.
Yeah. So, by the way, I'm about to be 36. I've never been married.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're good looking, right?
Oh no.
Okay, so it is over.
Sorry to hear that, Charles.
On the look scale, I can say I'm a solid 2.5 or 3.
It just gets worse. Is there any good news? Is there any good news you have?
No. So whenever I go and visit my family, and they ask me a lot of questions. So when are you getting married?
Oh, annoying.
So it's
yeah. I have that from family. They're like, so any girls in your life, or when there's a discussion on like my cousins who are my age, who are having babies, or have like on their second baby, and they're like, so Face, any babies in the pipeline? And I'm like, no. And they're like, you sure? No, I am. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I can't get anyone pregnant from Discord.
You know what? By the age of 23, people keep asking me, when are you getting married? Do you have a girlfriend? You've never. I was 23, and they said, you've never had a girlfriend. Some people thought I was gay.
Yeah, that's what you get.
The only
It's unbelievable for them to fathom that men can just be struggling because of the dating dynamics today. People like look at the guy I spoke about at the outset of the show who banged two of his next door neighbors, not including the other women he probably banged in between, and he said, "Oh, you just have to. Not every girl will like you. You just have to find the one who does." So many people are of that thinking, so they're not going to be receptive to the idea that dating has changed and has gotten increasingly difficult for unattractive men.
So there is a friend of mine but he's telling me, Charles, you have to have game. You have to listen to your ways. Look, from the age of 23 till 33, 10 years learning game.
Charles, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
This was like 2007 when PUA culture was like, on the rise. Is he still telling you the same, like just use pickup lines and just pay attention for IOIs?
No.
Okay, he's changed his tune.
We got into an argument about, look, we got into an argument with, I told him, look, if you don't have looks, there's no way you can go anywhere. Because first of all, if you think that by having game you are going to get a girl, that's not gonna happen, because the girl already chose you the first 5 seconds she laid eyes on you.
Thank you.
If you're good looking, that's you get not only your feet inside of the
door,
the door, but also you get your hands.
You get something else inside the door as well.
I like that we've moved away from the ladder theory because there aren't any rungs to climb.
Yeah, as I was telling, I tried to learn game from the age of 23 till the age of 33. The only time I get a girl, that was last year. That was at the age of 35, but that girl was 46.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, women will come down slightly in their requirements as they age. This is going back to, who was that guy? I can't remember. The guy we had on who said that women are basically femcel after 30. I think something pilot. Women will come down in their requirements as they age, but their requirements don't go down to the ground. Like they'll lower the threshold slightly, but not low enough for most men, and not low enough for a consistency. You may get like a 50-year-old who settles for you for you catch her at a vulnerable time, but there is no you're not gonna be have consistent luck with 50-year-olds or anything. Even they have a bunch of standards that ugly younger men don't meet.
Do you know why? The only chance, so even if she was 46, she was I can see a 3.5, and she was financially struggling. So I had to. I was surprised, because I read the body language of that girl, or that woman. She wasn't really attracted to me, but my family, we have some businesses. We're well off, and she was financially struggling, but she was trying to cash in. So I saw everything. So I had to cut it out.
Bearing in mind, this is in the Caribbean, which is like second/third world,
Third
not
world
being third. Okay, I was trying to be nice. Third world.
Yeah.
So you know, this isn't even indicative of her attraction to you. This is indicative of her settling, or you seeing you as a potential beta bucks, and even then that didn't work out.
Because first of all, this is what I come to realize. If in my younger age I've never gotten a girlfriend, and how is it possible for me to get one now? And the only
PUA didn't work out.
PUA didn't work. PUA failed big time, and the PUAs are a scam.
Oh, I hope you didn't go to any live clinics.
Let me tell you something.
Boot camp, bro.
There's something here, and in the Dominican Republic, we have some privilege. The third world countries have some privilege, so we can download the material. Don't have to pay for them. You have them on the. You just have to go to on the internet and look at materials and download them. So you have them. You read them. I spent 10 years reading material from every PUA, from even Kezia Noble from England.
Oh, that woman. And the thing is, it's not supposed to be this hard. People think that oh yeah, maybe I just haven't read enough PUA materials. Dating is not supposed to be this hard. You're not supposed to be reading a 3 CD booklet and then moving on to 10 CD special from Real Social Dynamics, and then 10 books. You're not supposed to go through you're not supposed to have like a master's in women. Dating was never like this in the past. You just your family said I know this girl or whatever, and or it happened organically. There wasn't this need to read books and study for it. It's ridiculous where we're at in 2020.
Yes, it's ridiculous. Imagine, you can see the animal. This happens between them organically. There is no a male dog doesn't have to go to a PUA seminar to learn how to pick up a female dog. This happens organically. But when it comes to us human, there is something not going well for us. And on top of that, even if you are above average, I've seen this between 5 and 7. Most people that settle down are between 5 and 7, more or less 8. And even if the woman is a 6, the guy must be a 8. And still, the woman is married, but she's still available because she's trying to find out if she can do even better than an 8.
Never settle.
So
Yeah.
This is where the problem is. If the guy is a 8, the woman is a 6, and the woman gets the opportunity to have an affair with a 9 or a 10, she will not think about it. This is going to be a no-brainer for her. And in my country, this happens a lot. You see a guy who's a 9 and get a 6 pregnant, and the girl or the woman goes to her husband and have sex with him, and he get the guy raise the kid of the child.
Oh yes, like basically, yeah. She knows deep down the baby is not her husband's, but where, like I said, it's dating apocalypse. This is like we're at a crossroads. Yeah, I mean, lucky us. We're at a crossroads. We happen to be born in like the worst time to be a male, if you actually want a relationship. The worst time in human history. I mean, women have never been freer to access chads. online dating, social media. They've never had less reliance upon men because they have their own money. Like, there is very little incentive for a woman to associate with a man anymore, except for his looks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and they've never had less negative impact socially from.
In fact, women's sensual market value, or their status, suffers from dating an ugly man. So even if a woman isn't so hypergamous and she dates a man, she considers dating a man who's like a 5'7", 6 out of 10 guy, her friends are going to tell her that she could do better. So like it's all against us. Like it's so against us that we're just at a point in time where something from outer space needs to hit us at like 1 billion miles per hour, and it needs to be like wide, like as wide as this earth, and it needs to just reset us.
And do you know what's the outcome of all of this is?
Yeah, I know the outcome. It's not good though.
The society is broken.
Yeah. Charles, I've got to keep on moving. So thanks for your call.
Okay, no problem.
All right, talk to you soon.
That's brutal, Charles.
That was a good call. Let's see if we can get this guy on. JA, you're on. Looks live. He's listening to the stream.
Still talking?
Oh, shall I mute him? I'm gonna mute him.
I'm gonna. He was here earlier, right?
Yeah. He was the one not speaking to us. Let's see if he's ready. Oh, he is not ready. Let me get Anons 12 Anons.
How you doing, Anons?
Hey, Anons.
Earth to Anons, 12 Anons.
Man,
hello.
There's only one.
Hello?
Hey, you made it.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
very low. Let me turn you up. Hello.
Hello. Can it?
Yeah, Anons, you're on Looks Live. I have to go and put all of this Stella Artois in the toilet, and then I'll be back in about 30 seconds or so. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'll leave you and Mr. Scops. Okay. Back soon.
All right. So Anons, what brings you in?
On a Sunday?
What brings you to Looks Live?
Oh, I've been following this side of YouTube for around 3 to 4 years now.
Damn.
And I've been following.
OG.
Yeah, I've been following Looks since his inception. I've been actually trying to reach him.
You got in before I did.
Oh, really? Wow. So what got you into the the black
brain cells on Reddit was my entry. I like the memes.
You're a Redditor, huh?
Not a proud one, but yes.
I never got into Reddit.
Good for you. I wish I never did, but at least it led me here.
Yeah, the only way I knew about Reddit was through the YouTube videos that people would make from Reddit posts. So those were
How did you find the black pill 4 years ago?
Okay, so to talk about this would be to actually talk about like my life. So to give like a long story short,
yeah.
I tried to message Face a while ago, around a year ago. I'm not sure if you remember this message, but I know that Face is black, right? Right, Face?
Uh-huh.
All right, so he's living, or at least he's now living, a very similar life to the life that I have lived, right? So I guess in this lingo, you're gonna say the quote unquote ascendant. I tried to reach Face once. We had a short call on Discord, his old Discord before he made a new one.
I'm here. Yeah.
But he didn't want to talk. He didn't. I wanted to actually talk to him to see if it was really true what he was saying, because I do believe that incels exist, and they're getting more and more prevalent with each each passing day. I mean, this is obvious.
Yeah.
The people who are in the know, right? But
So what's your disagreement?
I also believe now. Hello.
What's your disagreement then?
Well, I think I don't have any disagreement with you per se. I think pretty much with everything you say is spot on. But I think that some of the people who follow you, they're just not incels. They're not, and if they actually ascend, some of them could have.
We are in agreement. I run an incelibate server, involuntary celibate server, and I, along with Fate, who's been on the stream before, we turn people away who we deem on incelibate. So we have people who will try to prove they're incel. Like, look up, here's a picture of me, I'm in celibate, and then we look at them and they're like a 6.5, and then they say they haven't approached a single woman. We've had that. When we turn those people away, we get more of those who we turn away than people who we accept. The reason why the server I run is so kind of small and niche is because we're not finding enough incelibates to join. We do have, to have someone in the server who's like a 6 who finds dating difficult is an insult to the people who we have in the server. We have one person in the server who has cerebral palsy. We have one person in the server who has who is 5'2". So I'm not saying that you have to be majorly disadvantaged to get into the server, but it's an insult to accept some 6 who is going through a dry spell, who read up online that his jaw isn't forward advanced enough, and kind of reason that we're in the same category. No, we're not. So I do recognize that all men all men below like a 7-8 are feeling the pinch of women's hypergamy. But yeah, there is definitely a subset of men who gravitate to the incelibate community who could be dating women or who could have some level of success.
Yeah, and I personally think that for the majority of them, they're doing it just because they don't want to. They want to essentially forego the burnout performance. So they don't want to what? Sorry, they don't want to what? They want to forego the burnout performance. They want to make it so that the conclusion's already decided, that they'll fail no matter what they do, so they don't have to try.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? They don't want to face failure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
same reason people don't approach.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I wasn't raised from that mindset, so I don't even understand how that's like. My parents raised me differently. The try until you make it. But I also was raised to just be realistic. So as a kid, I thought I was incel because I had everything. Besides my parents being rich, I was top of my class, top in sports, accepted to Ivy League schools, etc. But the girls didn't like me.
Okay.
The girls did not like me. So of course, and I was a very smart kid. So I started deducing. I was like, okay, what is it that the other men in my school have that I don't have? And I just deduced that I was ugly. And that was just from early. This is before I don't even think Black Pill was a thing on YouTube. This is like 2009, 2010, a whole decade ago. All right. It wasn't until college, right, that I then like you mentioned before, the pickup thing kind of picked up. So the pickup community picked up, and I will admit that actually did help me out personally because it showed me that I'm not an incel, right? It put me out there, and then eventually I was able to see success, and I saw there was an incel, right? But it did show, right?
Can I ask? Are you around the age of 30?
Am I around the 8:30? What does that
mean? Age of 30.
Oh, is that what you deduce from my voice? Yeah, we can go with that. Let's go with that.
No, just based on the timeline of PUA hitting popularity when you were in college.
You're pretty close. You're pretty close. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No, I just think pretty much what I was going to say to Face, because when I found out his scenario, it sounded very similar to mine, so I wanted to talk to him to see how severe he was, quote unquote. He obviously has been dealing with this a lot longer than I have. So, but the thing was, I felt like how he did for years. I mean, literally years, until I started quote unquote gym maxing. Right. Once I started quote unquote gym maxing, it was a night and day difference. And I told my sons about this too. I was like, you guys need to start lifting.
Wait.
What?
You told what? Who?
Oh, I told my siblings, not you.
Oh, I thought you said your sons. I thought you said your sons.
No, not my sons. No.
Okay, I was about to.
Reading.
I thought this was going to take a really weird twist. No, okay, all right.
That would be weird. That would be weird if no. I'm talking about my brothers. I told them when I saw the difference of the way that women treated me once I started lifting weights. Because one thing that I didn't lack, that I'm lucky about, that I found out about the black pill, was height. I'm not a short man. So when you're tall and you start to build muscle, you get a really large frame. Women tend to notice that. And so even if you're quote unquote, as long like Face, you told me you're taller than me. So when I found out, I'm like, okay, Face, he's. All right, I don't know how hideous you are, but I mean, I know you're taller than me.
If you see my face, you would be when you watch like a charity ad and you see the Rwandans with the Rwandan baby with the fly on its face, and it's like, just donate $5 per month, and you could feed Mchele. Okay,
but let me ask you a question though.
You have the same level of pity, but probably more disgust. Or if you're a woman, definitely disgust. Let me just break it down for you. I've been at the gym. I come out of the changing room, and just because my eyes are situated where they are on my head, I happened to be looking forward, and this mixed race woman, so it can't be it's not a race pill, it's a looks pill. She saw me look at her. She looked like she had trodden in some kind of dog matter. She was offended, she was angry, she was frustrated, and I almost walked home. I almost turned back to get my clothing and left, because if I'm causing that level of offense, remember, I'm not approaching her. If I'm causing offense by looking at a woman, then my face must be terrible.
Yeah, I guess that probably has to be the case, because I know, and this brings back to kind of the just don't be white thing, because it's funny, we like to mention a lot of things, but people are very I can tell they're very protective about their race, about what's good and bad about their race. Like, for example, for black people, right, we don't want to suggest the idea, right, that maybe we might have lower IQs, right? We don't want to suggest that.
We don't want to suggest it, but sometimes it might be. We don't want to suggest it, but sometimes it might be true.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is, if we say, okay, black people are the most athletic, they're the most physically dominant, everyone accepts that. No question asked.
Yeah.
Right. So it just goes to. So it's all about political correctness at the end of the day, because we know that when it comes to physical feats or whatever, black people tend to be the most. We have the highest fast twitching muscles. So when we say that we can be dominant in one area, but we can't be dominant in another, that's when people start. So you have the just don't be white meme, right? And you have a lot
just
of
be white.
Here.
Just be white.
Oh, just be white. Sorry. And you have a lot of incels that are also white, because a lot of incels are white. At least the ones that I know in real life, they tend to either be Indian, white, on the short end, etc.
Black men's biggest ace up our sleeve is masculinity. I'll definitely agree that maybe our faces aren't the best, but gym selling and acting like a low triad, acting in a dark. So is it dark triad? Yeah, dark triad kind of way.
Triad.
Yeah. So what did I say?
You said
low
triad.
Low triad. So I'm thinking of low IQ
Yeah,
again.
what? Yeah, tell us more about what the low triad is.
Yeah, dark triad way. That is our biggest. But the thing is, it's very hard if you given like a black 26-year-old or a black 30-year-old who's grown up as an incelibate. It's very hard for him to embody this dark triad mentality.
See,
when he's
with that.
you can't change your personality 180 degrees overnight.
I feel like I did that personally, so I think it is tough, but I think you definitely can do it. It's just about who you surround yourself with.
Yeah,
so,
okay. I guess so. But if you're of a certain disposition, behavior, you're probably not going to fall into a crowd that's antithetical to how you spent like the last 15 years, 20 years of your life. So you're not going to fit into that crowd. They're not going to accept you.
That's what I did. I literally did that. And that's a great thing about being human as opposed to any other species. We're able to read and learn more about ourselves and do things that we wouldn't typically do to help better ourselves. So I do agree with you that you're typically right, that someone who's raised in the nerd, like if they're raised with nerds, they're not going to know what it's like to be a rugged tier male, because most of the men that are already rugged at that point, they're going to reject them. They're going to reject them. So you're absolutely right about that. But you can, quote unquote, fake it till you make it. Especially
you can fake it, but I'm not sure about making it.
Okay. I mean, sometimes someone will try you, and then that's when you have to, quote unquote, make it. At that point, you have to make it or be defrauded. But I did notice, right, that the internet was pretty much the thing that raised me. Like the internet is what helped me be where I'm at today, because when I was raised, they raised me to be soft. And so while I was great at school, and I thank my parents for that, my parents pretty much raised me to do absolutely nothing if someone does something to you. And if you do that, like, you're pretty much asking to get screwed with. And that was what I was dealing with my entire life. And I was very, very, very reserved. Eventually I read about this stuff when I finally invested enough to buy my first laptop, and then I found out I had to change. And so I forced myself. This is when I went from one environment to another, from high school to college.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
This isn't necessarily what I wanted to discuss about. I didn't want to necessarily discuss about this. I was just saying that I do believe it is possible. While it is very difficult, I do believe it is possible for you to change your disposition, because
it's not impossible.
You'll embody whoever you hang around with most. So the fact that you hang around with most, that's why, like, if you go to the military, after a while you'll act like the people who are in the military, because you're just around them so often.
Yeah.
So
okay. Yeah. All right. I guess you. What did you say, Mr. Scops?
What kind of high value male wants to surround himself with incels, low value males, etc.? I feel like it's easier said than done.
I don't think it's about. It's not about necessarily, like. At least for me personally. Okay, so look, I don't know how to. All right, I'm just gonna talk about from my experience. I was very low tier, right, I guess you could say on the dominance hierarchy for men. Like, pretty much I had no dominance over anyone. So when I first went and I decided I was going to change, right, I first just seeked out people who were high tier, right, high dominance, who did not know me, who did not know who I was. And then I acted like I was, quote unquote, that person. Now, of course, there's times where people call you out, they don't accept you. But for the majority of the times, people didn't really call me out. I mean, I don't know. And then after a while, I was able to adopt their mannerisms, and I was just able to use it as my own.
What are your stats? But what's your height?
I'm 6'2".
Okay, so for you to settle into, I mean, I'm even going against myself here. For you to become dark triad and settle into a more thuggish or masculine, macho community is probably going to be easier for you than for a 5'6" guy.
You know what? I didn't even take height into consideration. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that actually is a good point. Because when I also started that quote unquote dark triad personality, it was after I started lifting, so I already had a decent amount of muscle.
Yeah, so you had the height, then you added the muscle, and I'm guessing that you're just judging from your voice. I'm guessing you're probably not that ugly. Like I've this is something I've spoken about with 5'4", with Fate, that your voice is very telling in your confidence levels, and your confidence levels are a mirror of how you've been treated in life. Obviously you can increase your confidence through practice and stuff, or drink like I do, but organically your voice, which I'm hearing now, indicates that you're not ugly. So you're speaking about rising through the ranks when you're like already near the top. I'm speaking about rising through the ranks where you're at the bottom.
I don't think you can. I think if you're an incel, you just can't. You can't ascend. I mean, the only way you could is through status maxing. That's pretty much the only way. It's funny that you mentioned my voice, because I actually purposely altered the way that I spoke for this conversation, because my voice is very unique. If someone hears it, they'll be able to tell it's me. So I tried to alter it, but I guess it didn't work. But yeah, in terms of ascending, I completely agree. There's only one way to ascend if you're an incel, and that's just essentially building up money or status where looks don't matter, or at least in the sense that you can replace her easily with leading with your money. You know what I mean? But obviously, that's not.
Are you saying that for those that are physically not incel because of their physicality, they should gym max?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you haven't gym max yet, you can't really pretty much what I'm saying is, if you haven't at least attempted to gym max, you can't really say, right, that you're in yet. You can't, you have to, I mean, my point, at least when I was originally talking to Face, my point was, you only have one life, right? So what are you going to do with that life, right? When I originally thought I was incel, I really thought I was incel. I mean, I told my siblings this. I told myself, I was like, okay, right, I'm incel, but I'm smart. So I'll just earn a lot of money and get a trophy wife. That's literally what I told myself. I didn't give up on life.
That doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore, though. Even that thinking is dated thinking. We addressed this an hour ago, where women are divorcing in high numbers. They're getting married less. They don't need the article from Bold, where they said women don't even need marriage anymore. So this truth, I'll just get a trophy wife, bro. That's 1990s thinking. In 2020, men are struggling to get a text.
I completely agree with that, and that was what I was thinking at the time, a decade plus ago, when I was realizing I was quote unquote ugly. I don't think that now, obviously. In fact, now, here's my actual personal thoughts on the matter, on the way society is going. It's gonna get worse. I mean, before it gets better, and if it gets better, it's not gonna be for us. It's not gonna be better for us.
No, exactly.
We're screwed. I mean, that's really what it is.
It's
screwed.
over.
We've allowed women now, because women, they have to deal. They have to. Oh, I keep hearing that whole music in the background. It's kind of choppy, but once you allow women to get men's money, right, without needing the man, right, then yeah, I mean, you essentially made it a looks thing. I mean, now, right, the only way you can attract a girl without looks is if your money is so high, right, that she actually considers it a benefit to her to get with you. Because if you're just making, for example, even if you're an engineer making a decent amount of money, 6 figures, right, that's not that much compared to the average woman with welfare and all this other stuff, and she can just get pregnant, get a baby, and get the people to pay for her, right?
Have you seen some of the articles going around now about in closing, have you seen some of the articles now that insiders, female friends of, is it Ivanka, Donald Trump's wife?
Trump, Ivanka.
Yeah, Ivanka, yeah. Women who knew her are saying that she never really liked him, and she kind of gritted her teeth when intimacy times happened, and now that he's lost the presidency, this is like a huge L. This is like him losing a boxing match. If you know anything about women who witness their boyfriend being beaten up and they lose attraction, this is like this on a world scale. So this whole notion of a trophy wife not really happening. And money maxing, gold digging, like gold digging.
Let me just preface this. I didn't mean that actually could happen today. I was saying that what I thought at the time. I mean, today at this point, I've given up on women personally. I mean, if they come, they come. But I think I'm just getting ready for the quote unquote end times, because that's really what we should be preparing for. Unfortunately, we're being born right at the end of society. That's what it is, and we have no control. We have nothing. There's nothing we can do. All we can do is just watch and I guess enjoy the decline. And that's what's sad about it. It's and I do agree with you guys. When you guys talk about MGTOW and cope, I am fairly involved in the MGTOW community, and you're absolutely right with them coping. I mean, when they say when Better Baxter says that men are winning because they're not marrying, it's like. But the men would want to marry, what I mean? They're not given an option because the women don't see them as options. And I really started to get the black pill when Tinder was a thing, and I saw the difference between the matches between me and my friends. Like my friends, their matches and my matches. That's when I was like, okay, this is like serious.
That can be painful when you see that for the first time.
Right,
it is super painful. And even between people who do get matches, it's still painful because you'll see a Chad, like a real Chad. You have like a Tyrone and Tyrone Light. You'll see a real Tyrone and see the matches he gets versus a Tyrone Light, and it's just night and day. And that's versus the one who's not even getting any matches.
Exactly.
So so it's gonna get worse before it gets better. There's absolutely. I mean, at this point, if I was an incel, right, and I was confirmed incel, at this point. I mean, and even if I'm not focused on women. I mean, I'm focusing on getting my bread up. And I would believe moving is a good option. It is a viable option depending on what you want to do.
I wish you had mentioned that about 10 minutes ago because I have to go. But like, I guess we'll come back to location maxing, geo maxing. Have you really quickly? Have you considered moving location to get to improve your chances of a woman? Oh, today though.
Did we lose him?
We lost him.
Anon,
all right.
You didn't lose me. I just forgot to do the push and talk.
All right.
I have traveled, but I have not traveled outside the U.S. yet.
Okay. We have to keep going because we have a few callers to go, and you've given us a lot of insight. So thanks for your call, Anons.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, thank you. That was good. Let's go through some of these super chats. We're going to be gone in about maybe, let's say, 20 minutes. Thank you again, Mr. Scops, for your... you've been a good guest and you've provided some good insight. Let's go through these super chats. So let me stop this guy calling me. All right, he's calling me. Let me add him to the server. I'll add him to the server, and then someone else. Okay, add Veshan. I'm adding Long Live the DDR. So yeah. So let me read some of these super chats. M Rios says for $5. Thank you. No surprise, the Chad wrecked the ugly gentleman. Chad always wins. Alexander Spasov says it's over for housewife cells. Thank you for that. Which currency is that? MKD. Jeez. Captain Falcon says most MGTOW don't do it to spite women. Most of us just don't care and want to do it want to do our own thing. Yeah, those are the MGTOW I identify with, not these MGTOW. Sorry.
I would say those are the ones we get along with just fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Intel Chad Roan said, "Hey Face, this is Chad Roan from about 8 months ago. The mixed dreadlock guy, if you remember, I do. I'd like to come on the show if possible." I'm trying to see if I can match up his name. I think I have Intel Chad. Yeah, I have. I've sent him a link. Intel Chad Roan said the same thing again. He sent his message twice. Oblivious713 says, "Better Bachelor claims European 20-year-old date him." Oh, you're kidding. There is no way. I don't know, maybe Eastern European, maybe? But you know that's a money situation. That is a straight seeking arrangements situation. No Western 20-year-old woman is dating him. In fact, no woman is dating him who's 20. No woman is dating him for his looks. Sorry, I'm not being rude, but he's bald, he's old. Very, very few women are attracted to that look, that age.
Were we talking about?
You remember Better Bachelor, the guy who the MGTOW Coper who said that marriage, men are winning.
Oh, the guy with the YouTube guy.
Yeah. So this Oblivious,
okay, got it.
Yeah. So apparently he claims he's dating a 20-year-old.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, exactly. Nils XX says, "What is your opinion about the perfect height? I'm 6'4", white, but 5'10". Face limits massively." The perfect height, I would say it's somewhere. It depends on your face, obviously, but all things like measured and equal, I would say like the perfect height starts at around 6'1" to 6'4". I think those are like that is the sweet spot. And maybe in like let's go to 6'5" for Netherlands. 6'5", especially for like Netherlands. I went to the Netherlands. I think was it last year? This year? I'm 6'3". I got height mogged at least 10 to 15 times. Once I got height mogged by 2 Chads just casually walking down the street. This isn't like some New York fashion week. They were just like, I don't know, going to buy like a pint of milk or something, and they just casually walking out of their house, height mogging the hell out of most of mankind, and face mogging as well. All right, let's keep going.
Getting height mogged, being a little over 6'1" myself, I don't get height mogged at all in Japan, and it is a relief compared to America, where 6'1" is basically average as far as from what it feels like.
Okay, yeah. 6'1". Okay, so that is an attractive height in Japan.
Absolutely. I height mog 95% or more of the locals. So that definitely helps. Okay.
Jubei Weeb Life donated $9.99. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Of course, you know that YouTube takes a 30% cut, so ouch. Intel Chad Roan said, "Hey Face, my message wouldn't send on Discord." This is the Chad Roan from 8 months ago with dreads. Okay, thank you again. Third time lucky. Boyo Dog donated $9.99. Thank you. Marquez Burton, I recognize that name. I've seen it a few times. He said, "You give me hope." Hope? I give him hope? What the hell?
Hope is hope, bro.
Which live stream is he listening to? I am not giving hope at all. I'm telling you how over it is for us. There is no hope on this show. Oh, maybe, yeah. Yeah, if you're white, there is some hope. And then
hope for JBW.
And then Jards or Yards says JBW is law. Just be white is law. All right.
Yes. Baked.
Let's get. We have a few minutes left of this live stream before we are out of here. Let's play the rest of this video. Once again, Mr. Scops, I do thank you for your participation.
Yeah, I wish people asked me more questions about it because.
Let's see if we can get someone like a Q&A going. Let's see if we can get a Q&A going. Do Asian women? Oh, let me flick to the right screen. Do Asian women have white fever? Let's continue with the video content. Can you see this? Are you looking at my screen? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm right here with you.
All right. Do Asian women have white fever?
Do you think white men are more attractive than other men?
Yes. I think a lot of Asian women like Caucasian men.
Do you think a lot of Asian women like Caucasian men?
Yes, I think so. My friend Frida, she likes Caucasian men, and
Frida.
I do have a.
Yeah, like her name is really Frida. I'm so sure. Like she probably changed it to become more appealing. Yeah,
whatever.
Her alter ego. Yeah.
That's her name.
Let's see what this woman has to say. Let me go back because I spoke a bit over it.
Yeah.
I do have a preference for Caucasian men.
I do have a preference. I do have a preference for Caucasian men. This woman, oh my gosh, I've seen this clip before. This is if you're an Asian man, you may want to press the mute button on your device right now because
trigger warning.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, and then she from what I remember, she dresses it up like in a neat bow of
Soften the blow?
Yeah, soften the blow. She dresses it up in a altruistic neat package, but then
that almost makes
when pressed further, yeah. Okay, let's hear what this roasty has to say.
And what are the things that you find attractive in it?
The volume's really bad. This is from PBS, by the way. This is from PBS of America. And the audio is terrible.
Do you have a preference for Caucasian men? And what are the things that you find attractive in a white guy?
I don't know. Maybe just like confidence.
Did you see that micro expression? Did you see that micro expression? Did you see her eyebrows furrow when she said, I'm going to try and pause it as best I can.
Maybe just like
yeah. When she said confidence, not even she believes that dog shit. Not even she believes that garbage. Like her body is rebelling against the garbage that is coming out of her mouth.
Let's hear the rest of what you have to say.
All right. Okay.
confidence and like personality.
Oh, did I pause it? Oh, I paused. I pressed
just have
the
confidence and personality, Face.
She said something else, but I think I faded to black the video content too early because I was in a rush. So let me see if we still hear the audio. So let's see if we can still hear her.
Confidence and like personality and looks.
There you go. And looks.
There it is.
There it is. Notice how she waited to the last moment to say looks, as if like she was...
As if that wasn't the thing she was thinking about the whole time.
Exactly. But she was trying... It was virtue signaling the whole time. And then when you got to the last minute, she said, I guess I should be honest somewhat, or I guess it's a good time to acknowledge what I really like in a man. And then just note, by the way, she's not saying this is why she likes white men. The whole interview was, why do you like white men? Not what do you see in a man generally. Why do you like white men? So looks are the issue. Looks are the factor of why she likes white men. So this isn't a question of why she likes Western men. This is why she likes white men.
Yep. There's no denying what's on her mind. At least the other women that came before her just came out and said it. But,
yeah.
It's clear what she wanted to say.
Oh, by the way, I just clicked on something by accident. Black pill makes life predictable. So this girl has like hideous birthmarks. Oh my gosh.
Is that?
That's actually real life. This is actually a real human. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how incel do you think she is? How incelibate do you think she is? Like 10 being 10 being incelibate, let's say 10 being incelibate, 1 being
I would
date
say
worthy.
she is a 1.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe 2. Maybe a 2. Maybe she's can't quite get the chads that she would get without her hideous birthmarks.
So black pill makes life predictable. We kind of see where things are going. Let's take Brad Forever. You're on Looks Live.
Hello.
Hey Brad, you're on Looks Live.
Hello.
All right. You said you have some disagreements with us.
Well, could I talk about some of the things I actually agree with you first?
Go ahead.
And then, all right. Well, I do agree that dating for men especially is like really hard for all types of reasons. Like women are a little bit more choosy. Men have to feel especially restricted because you don't want to be like a kind of rapey. But on the other side, women expect you to like take charge and wait 1 second. I feel
it's a catch-22 out there.
Yeah. So I guess I just wanted to say that like that's kind of true, but I also feel like the whole like hyper gamey thing is a little bit unsubstantiated.
You're trying to say that women don't prefer men who are higher status, who have more, who earn more, who are taller, who are have more fighting prowess, who have more social standing, all of these things. You're trying to say that women don't want to date up in various different aspects?
So I disagree with that in like a couple points. Well, I'll say this. I agree with one thing. Yes, women like men who are attractive, but men like women who are attractive, like it's just
I agree. But men's standards are lower. Men's standard for what they deem attractive is really low because men have high testosterone and men are basically thirsty, desperate for a woman. So men look at a woman in terms of the traits they see in her that they like. Men will look at like an ugly woman and say, well, she has nice hair and she's a Christian and she treats me well and she hasn't thrown a milkshake at me. Whereas women will look at a man in terms of, well, he lives with his parents. How the hell am I gonna how can I deal with that? And he doesn't drive a car. How can I oh my god, how can I deal with that? And he's balding and I don't like that. And they just look at disqualifiers. They look at disqualifiers. Men look at
I understand that like definitely women these days are like super like choosy and they say like, oh, they have to have like this amount of money, they have to have the car, that XYZ. But there are definitely women who don't need that. There are definitely women who specifically go for men who have like none of those things, but they'll get with them because they have like confidence, or they make up with their personality or looks. Like,
Brad, what do you think these men look like?
There's some of them are ugly as. Trust me.
Can you tell me the planet these women are on? Because it's not Earth.
I mean, you could laugh, but by the way, how much time do you have? I know that someone was saying how like this is kind of running long. I don't want to take too much of your time.
All right, like just jump to the facts, baby. Like if you can give us some stats or something that proves us wrong. The thing is, we want to be wrong. So if you can say, look, here's this statistic, and here's this bunch of anecdotes that go in the favor of this statistic, like just lay the proof on us, and then I would be happy to say I'm wrong.
So I guess one tenet of like the whole like incel ideology is the idea that you got like the chads, and then you got the beta bucks or whatever. With that, one issue with that I kind of disagree with is one data point that people usually point out is the idea of divorce rates. And the idea that a lot of times divorces are not only very high these days, but also initiated by women mostly.
80%.
Yeah. Go on.
70 to 80%.
Yes. Well, you would think that like, oh, wow, it's obviously women getting with these low quality men just for their money, then separating from them and just living off of the child support. And taking
it could be that it could be that they genuinely, like, I think the majority of the cases are like that, but it could be that these women get with a guy that they feel is just in their threshold of attractiveness. He's kind of okay, but then they date him and they're like they're just not impressed. They're not overwhelmed with his greatness. He doesn't impress them anymore. He doesn't impress them. Their expectations are so high that he doesn't live up. So yeah, it could be both of those things.
Well, okay, that's a good claim, but based on what I've kind of seen with the data, well, for one thing, the divorce rate has been kind of lowering as time goes on.
Yeah, you know why that is? Yeah, because fewer people are getting married. Exactly. You can't divorce if you're not married.
So that means that whole dynamic is, despite women getting more and more rights and feminism progressing, the whole beta bucks thing seems to be weakening. Don't you think that's kind of interesting?
No, it goes straight into the black pill that women don't need men anymore.
I don't know about that, but
no, they have the state.
Especially when most men have. Well, what were you gonna say?
Women have the state to rely on. They've got the Tinder and Instagram and OnlyFans taking care of their physical needs. They've got the state and welfare and I don't know whatever else taking care of their financial needs. So of course they have less of a dependence on marriage.
I kind of disagree, but it would take a while. It would take a while for me to actually unpack all of that. And I know you get short on time, but I guess
just give it. Can you give it to us in a nutshell? Can you give it to us in a nutshell?
In a nutshell.
Yeah. Come on, man! If this proof is just overwhelming, this proof is just bubbling forth, I'm sure you can sum it up.
Oh, of course. So one is that a lot of those things that you're complaining about, even feminists have agreed with you, and that there are ways that we could change society and the values that women and men have, because women want different things back in the day, and now these days their views are a little bit more different. So if you change society, change how people think about men and women in their priorities. None of this is like built into our DNA. We can make it so that like men and women are able to get along without having to read PUA books.
How?
It wasn't always like that.
How?
How?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's easy to say. But
Yeah, how?
How do we get people to?
It's easy because it's been happening.
Where?
Now we're kind
where?
of like, right now we're go on. Sorry.
Where is it happening?
Like all around you, like
Oh.
especially all right. So, all
I'm
right,
not
in
seeing
America,
it.
let's
I'm not
use
seeing
America.
it. Okay.
I'm
I live
American.
in New York.
I haven't
It's been happening. Are you in New York?
No.
All right. So in New York City, you got like more conservative, more new, like more moderate and more progressive girls. The more progressive women are, the less often do they end up wanting like those more like traditional men. You know, they're more independent, so they don't mind having like guys who have a little bit less if they make it up with the personality or by looking good. There's a diversity of like people, and depending on what you have, I'm pretty sure you could find someone who's willing to value for that. And as things go on, and more people become more and more progressive, like a lot of these problems that you guys complain about will become less important.
Did you just give me the meme I said at the outset? Or you could just find a girl if you just look hard enough. Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it seems like as things progress, as people and women and men progress in society, and more types of masculinity become more accepted, obviously women are going to find it okay. But if you live in a society where all men who are considered valued are like these alpha males, quote unquote, then of course women are going to choose those. But if you change it and say like, oh, you could be an alpha male, but you could also be like a gamer, and that's like attractive too. Like I believe that
It's not
society is
attractive.
malleable.
It's not attractive.
It's not something we can change.
Yes, it is something you could change, but it would take it because it has been changing. It's really hard because humans are very temporal people. We think that like our society, everything around us is going to be the same forever, and that it was always like that. But in reality, things are going to change. Don't worry about it.
Okay. In closing, what do you have to say? Like I'm not hearing any like actual points that can be actioned. I'm hearing like a hey bro, don't worry about it, bro.
All right, do you want to do you want something specific you could like?
Yes, an ugly guy in celibate, what can he do to benefit from today's society?
You have to be confident. You have to not. Well, you laugh, but it's better than just wallowing in.
Okay, all right, confidence. Okay, I'm confident. Frame cell. What next? I'm confident and I'm ugly. What's next?
You gotta actually have hobbies. Make sure that.
Okay, I have hobbies. I'm ugly. I'm 5'6". What's next?
Wait, what do you mean by ugly? I feel like that's kind of a loaded term.
I'm below average looking. I'm 5'6". I'm a frame cell. I have confidence. What next?
Negative cancel tilt.
Yeah.
Negative. Bro, what does that even mean?
You droopy eyes. Droopy eyes. So what's next?
Droopy eyes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah.
I feel like that's not relevant.
All right. So
look. Like obviously, looks do matter, and it will make it harder for you. But it does not like mean that it's impossible. And I understand that it's
no one's saying it's impossible. You can land on the moon, but it's very unlikely you will. It's very unlikely you will build an aircraft to land on the moon, but it's possible you can build one.
So there's two different. Those are completely different magnitudes of like impossibility. You don't have the resources to go to the moon, but you definitely have the resources like to get with the girl.
Don't overlook the analogy, but don't look into the analogy too much. But it's very, very difficult. You're making it sound like it's a little bit of a little bit of effort and some confidence, any ugly guy can move to New York and success and get a.
And he hasn't even proven that New York is different. He just said, "Hey, bro, I'm in New York, bro. Trust me, bro. I know a guy, bro."
Oh my god.
That's your evidence. Your evidence is I know a guy, or I feel like. That your evidence is I feel like.
No. I have like studies on me, but I need that.
Oh, you forgot them.
It. Hey, if you have another call in, I'll be prepared.
Trust me. You're welcome to call back with the studies. Post them to me. Email them to me. I'll pour over them with my disgusting eye area, and I'll look at them and I'll see if I can debunk them, and then we'll have a discussion on stream. But you're just not bringing any evidence to the table. You're just saying it feels like men can overcome. Which is, it's all good. It's all like it feels good. It feels good. It feels good that just well.
But it just so happens that.
Anyway, Brad, Brad forever. This call cannot last forever. What?
Why, when I was talking about this, like everyone just seems to call me like a delusional and just attack me with like this hardcore.
Because our life experience goes against your just world fallacy.
I guess. Yeah, sure.
Exactly. But trust me. I don't want to be right. No black pillar who's sub 5, who's ugly, wants to be right about this. We've just had an overwhelming supply of evidence that backs us up, but we don't want to be right. So if you have any evidence, then come back. You're welcome.
Also, I'm not a normie.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I'll definitely be back. Have a good one.
All right, thank you. He's gone. He's out of here. Let's see if I can. Let's get Shiki Wiki on. Shiki Wiki, you're on Looks Live.
Shiki Wiki. 131112121.
I'm going to turn you up. Everyone is a mic cell here.
Good.
I'm going to turn you up. What's good? Nothing. Nothing else. Nothing is good.
Sounds like me.
Everything is bad. Or I didn't. Everything is terrible.
Yeah. So, you want to talk about JBW or
Yeah. I would prefer that. Yeah.
Last call you had.
Yeah. Intel Chad. I've invited him. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess I'll talk a little bit about my JBW experience. So I don't know if you can tell from my accent, but I'm Curry Cell, right?
Alrighty.
It's kind of dumb, but I've been in America for like 7 years. I don't know why this damn accent doesn't go away, but yeah, I'm a Curry Cell.
Brutal.
And basically, never really any sort of attention. Tried Tinder, total flop. And I'm almost 21, so it's like at this point I'm starting to think it's a little bit over. Just a little bit.
Wait, 21. 21.
Yeah.
Not really. It depends on your looks, but 21, you're in a good place.
Unless you location of Geomax, then it may very well be over. But 21,
it's not like 100% over, but yeah, I have a lot of work ahead of me. I mean, I have like a decent eye area. Height is okay, but my jaw kind of sucks, and I need to work on some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, America is not kind to the Currys, man. I can tell you that firsthand.
Yeah, thankfully, I have a decent phenotype. I'm not like a dark person. Pink lips and light skin. At least that's there. So I have some stuff to work on, stuff to do. But yeah, whatever you say, like Face, whatever you said in your stream so far about your looks, your eye area, your jaw, your height, all that stuff, 100% right. I don't know. There's nothing wrong there.
But.
Oh well, there's no but.
Okay.
That's it. I've been watching your stream since day one, and I actually wanted to talk about the kind of Kopi call that you had last time.
Already.
The Brad guy. So yeah, I mean, you did point out his just world fallacy is absolute BS. I don't understand how these people come to these conclusions. But yeah, I mean, what you said before. I think another thing you could have kind of brought up in that call, I guess, a little bit more ammunition against these blue pill kind of wannabe red pill guys. Could be that you bring up, like you should try to bring up your life experience a little bit, and also try to bring up more specifics about like the looks pill in general, because you just said like negative cancel tilt, but obviously he's not going to know what that means.
Yeah,
I mean, he broke it down for him.
Yeah, but I said droopy eye, but he seemed as if he was not going to be open to
his mind.
His mind was already made up. So ideally, the only way of getting through to him is for him to provide his quote unquote evidence, and then we can debunk his evidence. There is none, but we can debunk it as best we can.
There never is evidence with these people. Like they're always
their evidence. Their evidence is always I know a guy. Exactly. Their evidence is always I know a guy. Well, if you 30,000 incelibates on your incelibate forum believe that women want only the best looking guy, how comes I know a guy? How comes I know a guy?
We have statistics, and they just get mad about it.
They do. Well, no one likes being put into a corner, basically.
All right, we're getting close to the end of the show, so be really quick.
Folks, actually. But yeah, so you said you're a Geomaxer as a white guy. I want to kind of get your perspective as to why you chose Japan. Because for me, when I look at Asian women, they're one of the least attractive girls to go after. I'm just trying to get your perspective as did you just go in for anything is better than nothing type of thing?
So if we're talking about Asian curries, then I agree with you. There's some of the attractive women.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think when you look at Koreans and Japanese in particular, by many people agree that they're some of the most attractive women in the world.
That's interesting, because whenever I look at their side profile, it always looks like they have some satellite dish, no maxilla looking.
I mean, I've seen the memes, but trust me, when you see them in person, the average, I don't know if it's that everybody wears makeup here, but the average girl is at least twice as attractive here. At least the ones that are.
I think they definitely have an edge over the southeast ones, for sure. There's no question. At least they have like the skin tone and take care of themselves.
I mean, you're in America, right? I mean, it's the average woman there is not exactly the most presentable.
Oh yeah, there's no light in front of the tunnel. Even after I ascend, there's not like some sort of Giga Stacy I'm looking forward to here.
But I mean, some people are, obviously we all have our own types. I personally, I think Asian women are as attractive, if not more than white women.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's just a personal preference thing. You know, with men, it's the higher testosterone allows us to be more open, it looks like.
Yeah. So, I mean, for you, if you want a Geomax, I would say go where you find the women attractive. So, South America.
I find my
Africa,
type is Hispanic,
you do you.
Or even my own race, I prefer, rather than like pasty white type thing.
Yeah. I think also, if assuming you said you were curry, so go somewhere that curries are regarded favorably.
Where the hell is
that's
that?
Gonna be my own country.
Where's that?
Where is? I can't tell you where that is, but I can tell you where some places are worse than others.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, for sure. Asia's gonna be harsh. Like China and Japan and stuff like that's gonna be harsh.
I wouldn't recommend Japan to you. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, those women are unapologetically white worshipping.
Okay.
That is fact.
Got to keep it moving. So Shiggy Wiggy, thanks for your call.
Yeah. All right. See ya. Thanks, babe.
See ya. Thank you.
Hey, good chat with you. Take it easy.
I wish I could. I spent too long on the first callers, so the last few are going to be really quick.
High IQ.
All right, so let's go through these super chats. Aibo or Aiebo, I never know how to pronounce this. For €10, thank you. He said, Most guys on your pictures look average, but how can such a guy keep a better looking foreign Asian girl when he brings her over? Money, status, and mixed children? Please give me your opinions, TX. Thanks. So that's for you. How can a white guy keep this woman when he brings her over to the West?
You know, people actually bring this one up with me a lot. Like, what's your end game? So, say I were to bring back a very attractive Japanese wife to the
Wait,
States.
you broke up. Say that again. You broke up.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so say I were to bring back an attractive Japanese wife to the States. I
Bring
would.
back a what?
First thing I would not do is move to a big city.
Okay.
So, you're already every day you bring your wife out in public is you're risking her seeing Chad and completely losing interest in you. So obviously it's not as easy as bringing her back and living the life of your dreams. It's still something you have to be careful not introduce her to too many other men. But this is going to be a problem with, if anybody's dating up, so to speak, then you're always going to have to worry about
So what
her
did
being
you do
stolen away.
in your relationships with these Asian women? What have you done? Or have you had the chance to bring them back yet, or what?
So a lot of people ask, like, do I want to live in Japan forever, or do I want to move back? And for me, I don't want to live in Japan forever. I think the quality of life for someone who's natively American, I worded that weird, someone who was born in America,
Yeah.
is going to be a lot higher. So the end game, if all goes well, is maybe to bring back a higher quality girl than I could ever get in the States.
So bring her back and then move to like the countryside, a farm.
Yeah. So that might be the highest chance of success, long-term success, or at least suburbs.
Yeah. Let me read some of these super chats. I think, okay. So that was the answer, I guess. Bend Over said, most tall white guys I know that went to Japan or Korea failed. They are not accepting of foreigners. You would be a fetish doomed to failure.
I can't speak for your tall white friends, but I've seen no instance of failure except in basically autistic men. So if all of your friends are autistic and failed to properly use dating apps and actually talk to these women, maybe they went to the wrong city. You can't fail in Tokyo. I don't know what your friends did wrong. For fashion, it would definitely hold that against you. So, I mean, you need to be meeting bare minimum expectations for grooming and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I think your friends needed a consulting before deciding it was over.
Okie dokie. Let's keep moving. Bend Over said again for $10, thank you. He said, the distance between men and women is actually increasing. The divorce rate is going down because the only time a woman will marry a man now is if that guy is top tier. Marriage is beneficial for men. That's a good take.
Yeah, don't disagree.
Let me lightning round this. The Trickster Pill says, sorry, that's my phone. Advice on how to get a girlfriend. Let's look at this through the lens of Just Be White, going to Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, what would be your advice? Geomax, okay. Advice on how to get a girlfriend. Well, that's the whole aspect of this channel of the Black Pill. The advice
whatever
is
you're
be
doing,
good looking.
change it completely.
Yeah, be good looking, be tall, be good looking. There is some merit to being more attractive personality wise, being more sociable, being more able to connect with women on a level where they find you interesting. Like, because a lot of some incels think that Chad just like walks into a nightclub and he sits down and women just say lead him to the bedroom, all the way back to their house 2 miles away. But sometimes there is a conversation that happens. Obviously, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be like Tyson Degrassi high IQ interplanetary discussion. It doesn't have to be that level. But you have to learn to be somewhat attractive personality wise. But obviously, that will pale into insignificance compared to your looks. So, work on being attractive physically.
Of attractiveness, then socialize more often, and like any skill, if it's not practiced regularly, it's going to degrade. So, basically what you said.
Let's get Intel Chad on for quickly. Intel Chad, you're on Looks Live.
Oh wow, I'm finally on. How you doing, man?
Hey, Intel.
We're here.
Okay. So I actually have a lot of input on this topic because I'm actually right now. Oh, also, how's my sound? Am I loud or?
Yeah. Let me turn you up.
Sound good to me. You're the least mic cell.
Yeah.
Today.
Okay. Y'all can hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
So, I'm actually dating a Taiwanese female from Taiwan.
Man. Oh no, this
right
is
now,
good.
yeah.
This is good. Yeah.
Have you met her?
Have I met her? No, I'm dating her.
I mean, are you in Taiwan?
No, I'm not in Taiwan. I'm in America, but and also I'm black too, so it's kind of funny. But no, so she's from Taiwan. Like she's only been here a couple years. And,
she's in America now, though.
Yeah, she's in America.
Okay,
but
good.
yeah, no. So with the Asian culture, they definitely there's like two aspects to the whole like them liking the white people, and so I'm kind of like flustered. I'm trying to get my thoughts together on all this. Those really two things.
While you get your thoughts together, let me remind the audience that you're a Tyrone / Chadrone, which we call a mixture between a white Chad and a black Chad. You have dreadlocks, you're gym maxed, you have a good jaw, you're a good face, you're maybe like a 7 out of 10, good looking. So just so that people get the background and the context of where you're coming from.
And then sorry, what?
Yeah, I'm just saying that you're good looking before, and people think, I'm just giving some context to your situation.
Oh yeah, so I forgot to introduce myself, but yeah, basically everything that Face said. So with there's really two components to the why, what is it called again? The Just Be White.
Yeah.
So obviously the first one, like it's not as like I feel like people just kind of simplify it, but there really are two components. So first is the race pill, obviously, which is white people just tend to have better features. Like you were saying earlier, black men are more masculine. You could say Asian men are usually more smart, which doesn't matter, but white people just tend to have, Nordic people tend to have better features. But the other part that I really want to put in there, and this is where this kind of goes outside of the black pill, and this, this is something that is never really talked about, and I call it, I just made it up. It's called the culture pill, which is like a lot of, not all, but I'm saying a big amount of the attractiveness. And this is, mind you, I'm dating a Taiwanese, and she's actually, the funny thing is
she in the US? Is she in the US?
Yes, but she is not Western at all. Her mom sent her here for school, like she does IT.
Fresh off the boat.
Yeah, fresh off the boat. I'm actually the only man she's ever been with. Like, I took her virginity. She's 18 years old. She had a hymen and everything. So like, yeah,
jeez.
Yeah. So she is not Western whatsoever. So I've learned a lot about their culture. So, but with the white people thing, a lot of it has to do with like what I call the culture pill. Which, don't get me wrong, the race pill is that Western, not Western, but the Nordic features, they tend to have the better brow ridge, the better, shaped noses.
Yeah, we know this, brother.
Well, yeah, I'm just for my point, like with the race pill, and then black people have a better frame, like, we're more, usually have the broader shoulders, taller, more masculine, just overall look to us. And then, Asian people, they tend to be smarter in general, and that's a part of race and culture pill. But the big part of, and we've seen this throughout history, is the culture pill. So there's a lot of things and that attraction, and I'm trying to like bring up a point here, a case that hasn't really been brought up, and I was hoping to get on the channel earlier. I'm not trying to take up too much time. But
Can you give our viewers some advice as how they can also get 18-year-old Taiwanese girls virginal? How did you meet her?
1 second, I'll get to that in a sec, but this is important because this is something that is never talked about, and I still watch majority of your content, Face. Like, you're still my favorite out of all the Manosphere to watch.
But
so no, nothing, no but. You're my favorite.
No but. Cool.
No. So the culture pill, what I say by that is like Western people are seen as rich, are seen as prosperous.
Yes.
So a lot of it has to do with, that necessarily like
some of it
white
has
people
to
are
do.
just but what I'm saying is like, for example, most, here we go to the culture pill, like black people around the world, they're seen as poor, they're seen as, so they're often like there's a lot of like, at first she was afraid to show me to her mom.
Of course, if you were white, she would be less afraid, I'm guessing. Because in the last stream, we looked at a bunch of screenshots where Asian parents were advocating for their daughters to date a white man. They were saying, "Oh, I want some Harper babies. I want some babies with blue eyes." So it's not. Yeah,
what I'm saying is is the just be white. It's above just looks, is what I'm trying to say. It's like the looks aspect. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's 50-50, but it's not just the looks. Like,
I agree.
A lot of it has to do with it's the culture pill.
Power that comes with being white.
Like, for example, too, living in America.
Wait, give me 30 seconds. I'm just going to pee again. I haven't been drinking Stella. It's actually Kronenbourg I've been drinking. So I'll be back in about 30 seconds, okay? So you guys keep speaking.
All right.
I'll catch up.
I'll answer your question. That you said earlier about where to find these. Honestly, being a Chad myself, this is the first time I've ever found that. Like,
have you call yourself a Chad, or have other people confirmed that you are a Chad?
I showed Face my face. I've voice called him. I sent pictures in. So
they just be Chad.
So the thing behind it is also, like, this is where you go more into like the red pill, because I believe in both the black pill and the red pill, but like the red pill only works for people who can even get dates, you know what I'm saying? So, like there is a lot of truth in the red pill, but basically it's like you got to look at like signs and like basically vetting out the woman. There was a whole lot to it, to even find these women and like where to go to find them.
I mean, can you break it down? Did you meet her on a dating app? Like, that's basically all I'm asking is, where did you meet her?
So that's also another secret too, which obviously it's going to be about looks, is like Tinder. So I've actually met two
Okay, so you
decent
use
girls
Tinder.
from Tinder.
Met her on Tinder.
Yeah. But the funny thing is she didn't have any pictures of her face. So like I matched with
So
her and
talk to the
basically
girls on Tinder that don't have pictures of their face, and they might be hot Taiwanese 18-year-olds.
it was really random. It sounds unbelievable, but the only reason that I even answered is because I'll just troll on there. So like I might call a chick ugly or something, and basically that's
So
just what I was doing.
you negged her. You negged this girl with no photos of herself, and the rest is history.
Yeah, not really a good strategy. There's no strategy to it. It was
Okay.
random,
I mean,
honestly.
it sounds to me like this is a just be Chad scenario. There's no.
Yeah, this. If I'm just going off what Mr. Scott said, it sounds like what I said at the outset, where the guy who was like a 6.5 out of 10 had this just world fallacy, and it seems like you just, from what I've just picked up, it seems as if Chads don't have any self-awareness when it comes to the plight of incelibates.
Oh, but that's not I don't know if you remember me from anything I said in the last stream. So I remember, so I had a unique experience growing up where when I was younger, I lived in an all white area. Like I was myself, my sister, and one other kid was the only black kid in the school. So like basically I got to see what it was like to be incel, but not actually be incel. So like the area that I lived in.
Well, isn't that different? You got to see what it was like to be discriminated against. This isn't insulting though. This isn't women not picking you because of your looks. This is a stock dislike.
Yeah, but it's like I can see like I have empathy for your plight.
Yeah, you have empathy, but this is like a different experience though. It's a different experience.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that was like basically like a taste of what you guys go through, because I didn't get one day. I never had any girl into me. I never anything until I moved to Florida. And,
which are you?
Chad,
do you want to tell us how soon after you moved to Florida did you lose your virginity?
It was basically like a couple months. Yeah.
Exactly. There you go. Right. I knew that. You moved to a less stock focused town, and then everything worked out. That's completely different to an incelibate.
Well, you can look at, which I forget his name, your other guest on the call. He's in Asia now, so he moved to it. It's like the geomaxing, like
it's geomaxing, but this is but he moved to a different country to find. He was incelibate among his own
like
women.
The same thing. It's like the same thing as say you're in a Nordic country and you're 5'11" or 5'11", 6 foot, okay, and the average height there is 6'2". So you go and you're a white guy and you have a pretty ugly face. Say you're like a 4 out of 10, and you're in your country, okay, but then you go over to Asia and there you're like a Chad light maybe, in their eyes at least. You're tall. You have Nordic features. it's basically the same.
I get there are some parallels, but it's not exactly the same. And look at where you are now. Look at where you are now.
What do you mean?
You're slaying, not looking back. You haven't had to think of any of this stuff. You're more thinking of like, is the woman taking the morning after pill? That's your main concern.
So my main concern in all of this is, and this is talking about the topic that you said with like marriage and everything, is my main concern is more so like I look at society as a whole, and then I look at like for example, I look at problems of society like not only like recently I've been really into like looking into, for example, what North Koreans are going through. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm one of those people who like I try to look at problems and think about how they could, you know, be fixed. And not saying that I'm gonna be able to do anything, but I'm that type of person where like just because I'm a Chad doesn't mean like you know, the whole idea that a lot of incels have that you know Chads couldn't understand. Most won't understand because, you know, they're just Chad. They don't really care. They don't need to understand. But there's a lot of people who like outside of your realm that like look at what's going on with the world and see the effect that it's having, you know, and that's where I really come in and start to care. And I really only see...
So you're a caring Chad? And you really care about the plight of the incel?
Yes, I do. I care about the plight of other men. I do. I really do. It's a horrible...
And you care about world issues too. Wow, he's the whole package.
But see, that's what I don't like when some, not all, but like Face, you don't, you're not like that. But I'll read the comments after these videos, and a lot of incels, like, I say it's partly being like semi like mental cell to like think that a Chad could not, you know, understand or you know, or care. Because I'm looking at it from the broad spectrum. Do you know what happens when you have a bunch of men who are not satisfied? That's what
I get that. You're looking broad. That's good. Yeah.
To flatline. And what happens is with the feminism and with the destruction of, because see, you could say I'm kind of tradcon, like I believe that when we got rid of the religion and not saying that religion keeps people in line. Like I believe people need to be kept in a box, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what keeps women good, that's what keeps men good, because, you know, men to their own devices, you know, like let's go to the North Korea. Do you know the one child policy in China has made so many men to where they can't get a woman? Do you know these North Korean the soldiers to survive, they will let the North Korean females cross over the border to China? Like they have brokers is what they're called.
Why are we talking about North
No,
Korea,
listen.
man?
No, I'm explaining some. This sounds really off-put, but so the lack of women, these men are taking the women from North Korea, letting them through and selling them as slaves, and to help like these men who aren't able, there's not enough women, so this also like affects a lot of women in that way too. Like for example, you know, a lot darker topics. I don't want to get this video took down or anything, but I'm saying I look at like the broad aspect of what's going to happen of things, and I understand the plight of other people. It's just called being empathetic, and most people, they can't step into anybody else's shoes.
It is bleak. Like everywhere you look, it is getting more bleak. Like the whole picture.
Like you gotta
just
look at the
shows,
whole picture. Like I'm not just some dumbass Chad who just sits here slaying chicks. Like honestly, like for me, I look at it as I understand where incels come from, because you're truly incel. Because here's the thing: you can buy a woman. Like even though it's a lot harder nowadays, you can still, you know, quote unquote buy a woman. What I mean in that sense is like you can get money and get some woman, but she doesn't actually love you. She doesn't actually desire for you. You know what I'm saying? So like that's where, you know, technically, you know, no one's in there. You could go buy a hoe. But like,
okay, all right, stop. All right, we have
Chad,
to. We have to keep on moving. So I'm gonna try and get the last three callers on before we go. So Intel Chad, you're welcome to call back another time, but we have to keep on
Yeah,
moving.
is there ever a time that I could get on like longer? Cause
we can speak in DMs and we can speak about it. Okay. All right, but I have to keep on moving. All right. Thanks for your call, Intel Chat. Thank you. Let's get Russian Normie on. Russian Normie, you're on Looks Live.
Oh, hello.
Hey, you're here.
I actually wanted to play us off because I was supposed to fucking leave like 20 minutes ago. And I don't blame Intel Chat that much, but I do blame the fucking milquetoast dude that just said, just work on yourself, bro. And I feel, bro, okay? Fuck that guy.
Hey,
Life is
dude,
not a
with the
fairy tale.
swearing, bro. Dude, I have to edit stuff.
Sucks, you know, I bet
Dude,
you that
I have to
fucking
edit the
faggot was,
swearing,
like,
bro.
Either an average woman or a below average woman. He wouldn't fucking incel anyways.
Dude, wait,
So
dude,
fuck him,
hold
like,
up.
there's always exceptions.
Let me mute this guy. Hold up. Calm down with the F-bombs, bro. I have to edit this video now. Like, I was on the fence of editing it, but now with the F-bombs, can you calm down? Can you control yourself? I'm going to unmute you now. Control yourself. Hello, Russian Normie, you're back. I don't know if you understand, but the F-bombs are really strong in the English language. 3, 2, 1. Russian Normie, if you don't speak, you're gone. It's time. He goes back. Let's get Red Chords. You're on Looks Live.
Red Chords.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
I'll turn you up. You're on Looks Live, bro. Please don't
Unclear.
swear. Control yourself. Please don't swear.
Okay.
Alrighty. But speak, though.
Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of important.
Do I
so we
push
can
the
hear
button
your...
once or hold it down?
Hold it down.
Okay. All right. So would be the reason why Chads think that confidence is what's most important and personality is most important. It's basically an investment. The value of women.
Okay.
So if you invested in gold, you would want other people to value gold a lot and see gold as precious. Or any commodity, for that example.
Okay.
For guys that are
Keep the button held down.
I tried pressing it. All right. So, anyways, women being the limiting factor in reproduction for human beings.
Yep.
This enhances their value. So,
Keep the button held down.
trying. Society benefits from male competition to attract women.
Yeah.
With this being said, it basically.
Dude, alright. We're missing
Bro.
stuff. Like, we're missing... You
Yeah.
just... Your wrists are just not wide enough to hold...
Dude, I
key
don't know what
down.
it is, if it's the software or what, but I'm pressing the button. Interesting. Anyways, they people to view women as more precious than they really are. So it's good for.
I'm sorry, this is just not working. Can you just like give us a quick question, because this is not working.
You know, I'll type it in the chat, and
Yeah.
then hopefully you can read it.
All right. So thanks for your call. Type it in the chat, and
Yeah,
you go
you're
back.
welcome.
All right. Thank you. And you.
Thanks, Red.
Let's take "Long Live the DDR" while we wait for Red Chords to type his message. Everyone Looks Live. The Long Live DDR.
Hello. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Clear.
Loud and clear. But please have a good point.
Hello. So,
And he's gone.
Like I said,
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, you're back.
Mike Cell.
Are you forgetting to press push to talk? I think it's a push to talk issue.
Yeah.
So I've been on.
There we go.
Yeah. You've been on what?
Oh, you're cut in and out, man. I think you need to hold down a button.
Yeah, push the button down to speak.
We heard of. Oh, there you are again.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
And the truck behind you.
Okay, so I want to talk about my experience about just be white maxing. I used to live in Brazil. I currently live in the first world in Europe, but I used to live in Brazil, and it's quite easy to get matches with like black women, dark-skinned women. When I'm white, I'm
So
short.
you're white.
I'm 5'6".
You're white. You're
average
5'6", average face, and you get black women in. Can you give us a general area of where you are, like Germanic countries?
No.
Nordic?
So I live in Europe currently, but I used to live in Brazil.
I know, but where are you currently? Like a Nordic country, Germanic?
South of Europe.
South of Europe. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
I'm white. I'm short, and the thing that I want to point out about like matching with these types of women in third world countries, that it's not so interesting because like you really don't want to go out with like poor women. Like it's dangerous. Favela girls, as we call faveladas.
Women from poor inner city Brazilian.
Yes.
Favelas. Yeah.
Quite easy to get these matches
ghetto women,
for most guys. I would say that it's really not worth it because, like, it's for one, it's dangerous to go out in these dates. It's I'm not sure that most incels really understand what like just be white maxing in the third world really entails, right?
Okay,
it entails going out with like very trashy girls. It's not even about looks,
Okay, stop. Mr. Scops, is it about trashy women?
So this guy has a polar opposite experience to me because Japan is first world, so I'm actually kind of curious what third world JBW maxing looks like.
That's the thing. So I used to go to a white only school, very rich. I get nothing. Like in real life, I get nothing. I was like total incel, like surrounded by 6-foot white chads in Brazil. But if I created a Tinder or Badoo, I could easily get matches with like these black women who are like a poor.
You're matching with trains right now.
I really like. I know this makes me a Volcel, but I'm really not interested in like going out with these types of women. Like not because of their looks, but because of
dude.
Are you under a train?
Exactly, dude. Hold up. Let me just wait for the train to pass. I'll give us a few seconds. Looks live. Join the discussion. Add me on Discord. FACEandLMS #3804. But don't call. Send a message to me saying call, and I'll get to you when I'm good and ready.
You'll never have a white girl. Please go
It's Discord only today. Make sure you don't mind people seeing your display picture. Message call to join the discussion. To get a message readout, streamlabs.com/FACEandLMS1. Right, we're back on Looks Live. Had to mute. I had to give you like a few seconds for that train to go by. Are you there now?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No, that's the thing. Like, if I went to this white school, surrounded by chats, I got nothing. I was still incel, but like I created Tinder and I could get these matches, like women willing to go on dates. But I'm not really interested in going because one, it's dangerous. Second, it was like maybe I was being used for my money, not for my looks, and I don't want that. Like I don't want to bet a bucks.
Stop.
I know
These dates were in Brazil, back in Brazil.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
yeah, Brazil is dangerous.
From Brazil? Is that where you went to school?
Huh?
Is that where you were raised?
Yeah, he's Brazilian.
So you weren't geomaxed?
No, he's from Brazil. He's geomaxed to South Europe. Southern Europe. What?
I'm European. Okay.
Okay.
Listen, I'm European. I went to Brazil, right?
Okay.
When I was a teenager, and
so
my experience there.
Just following your family.
Yes, correct.
And then these black women you dated, were they in Brazil?
I got the that's the thing. Yes, in Brazil. I got the matches.
Okay.
I have the matches. I have the options to date them. I don't want to because like I don't want to resort to that type of thing.
Okay, so let me just make it clear
not because
for the
of
people
racism,
listening.
Not
no.
because of, yeah.
Is it just attraction? You're just not attracted to black women, or is it culture? Is it
about
culture?
class? It's about social class.
Okay.
Like, it wouldn't make sense like for to show my parents that I'm dating like from the favelas, or it wouldn't make even sense for me to.
All right, so this wasn't really a geomaxing perspective. You were just happened to be in
correct.
Brazil because your family was there and didn't like your dating prospect.
Yes. And that's the thing with I think
geomaxing is where you choose the place.
I know, yes, correct. But I would just want to make the point that I'm not sure that most like incels realize that is this really what you want, to go to a third world country, to a shithole, to date trashy women, and is that like what you really want? It's not about looks. It's not about me not being attracted to them.
One's voluntary and the other is not.
I guess so. But I think that most incels are just deluded by, like, I'm going to go to the Philippines in a way that not really, like, I wasn't really interested, I guess. I mean,
the thing
that's
is,
the
nice thing about that is an exit strategy. You know, if it fails, you can go back to wherever you were before.
It's not about not having the option to date. You gain these options, but I think that most incels are delusional as to really whether they want these options. Like, an incel could go to the Philippines, right, Southeast Asia, and get a really trashy girl. But
okay. You have to be really specific.
You would be better bucks.
You have to be really specific. You have to be specific. An incel can go to the Philippines. Which race, which looks, which height of celibate can do that?
This is me. I'm 5'6". I'm white. And I'm average faced. My experience is that with white women, I have never gotten anything in my life, ever.
Yeah, so this plays into what we're saying. You have your dating life has depended on ethnic women who view you as a step up because of your race, in comparison to their race. Ethnic women are trying to ascend to you because you're at the top. White women are already at the top, so ethnic men can't get to their level. If that makes sense.
I agree with this. It's just that to get ethnic, to get ethnic women, right, black girls, stuff like that, you would have to put yourself at risk in a third world country. Like, do you understand that?
Yeah.
Like, a black girl in Brazil is gonna be like, it's gonna be dangerous to even go on a date with her in a way.
Yeah.
So we talk about this danger, but did you ever experience this danger firsthand?
I was just too scared to go in the first place.
So you didn't?
So is it actually as dangerous as you think it is, or is this just good old-fashioned racism?
No, it is dangerous. It is dangerous. That's the thing. It's different in. Okay, I think that the experience of white maxing in first world countries, it's very different than third world countries.
Yeah.
Right. Because ethnic women in America aren't really necessarily trashy or poor or dangerous. It's a different experience in Brazil. That's the point I'm trying to make.
can I drive home the point that you, as a white man, ethnic women are below you in the sensual dating market value standings. You're above them. They want to elevate to you. They want to get up to your level. They're behind you. Ethnic men are down, like they're way behind. So they can't use the same. They can't. They're not above, or they're not high in central market value. So no one's trying to ascend to reach them because women are above them. Ethnic women are on their level. White women are above them. So, and ethnic women want to ascend above them. So ethnic men, black, South Asian, East Asian, Arab, they're below, they're down in the
I don't
threshold.
disagree. I 100% agree that like being white is what helps me. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm just saying that not necessarily the options you have once you're white in a first world country are good options at all.
Okay.
So it's,
not because of looks.
Warning.
Alrighty.
Cautionary tale, guys.
Thank you for that.
Don't
Long live.
Max in Brazil.
Righty.
I would like to add that like in Brazil there's also a lot of like Japanese women where I used to live.
Okay.
And those are the only ones I've been with, like that I've been on dates.
How many have you been with?
To be, huh?
How many have you been with?
One only.
One. Okay.
I'm only 18.
What? This man is giving us a wealth. Oh, let me mute him. I'm gonna mute him because he's. I'm gonna mute him because he's like coming to us from the train tracks. But he's giving us like a wealth of experience of JBW and palming it off as not being a big deal. He is 18. He's 18. That is insane. How the hell is an 18-year-old trying to give us like the experiences of like a 30-year-old, and he's saying that his race has nothing to do with it. He's doing well for his age.
Childhood. Such a sweet sexual time.
He would do well not to black pill himself because he's doing just fine.
Let me unmute him. Is the train gone?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I live next to the train station. Well,
we can tell.
I'm not saying that being white doesn't. Wait, I'm not being blue-pilled. I 100% agree that being white is what makes me successful in this aspect. I'm just saying that you don't necessarily appreciate not necessarily the options that you're going to get when you're white in a third world country are good options because of social class.
Alrighty. Long live. We have to keep on moving. So thanks for your call.
Yeah.
Let's get one person on more before we go. It's Fabstar. You're on Looks Live.
Fab, how you doing, man? You're muted.
Unmute yourself. I'll turn him up. Oh, he left. Okay, so you know what? He had his chance. We're gonna head out here. So Fabstar, just make it be known you had your chance. So before we go, I'm just gonna say that I run a Looks Live. I run an incelibate server for incelibates. What I will do is probably when this stream goes down, when I take it down, I'll re-upload it with the link. You have to be incelibate to get into the server. I want to speak to incelibates. I want to be in a server full of incelibates. So just know that when this stream goes down, I'll probably go to bed because it's late. But when I wake up, I'll make it so you can listen to this stream again, and you will see the link to the server, Discord server, in the description of YouTube. Let me try and get Fabstar on one more time. Fabstar, you're on Looks Live.
Keep in mind you're still muted, Fabstar.
You're still muted, and you have muted yourself. It's looking like you won't make it this time.
It's nice of you to give him a second chance.
Oh, you just made it. Okay, hey. Let me turn you up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Barely.
Oh, that's great. Do you want me to talk about anything specific?
Yes.
Or,
just be white or marriage, dating, the dating realm.
So that's the topic. I can't talk about anything else.
Ideally, you'd be on topic.
If it's related in some fashion.
Actually, what I wanted to ask isn't related, but I could also talk about that. Would be no problem.
Good.
If it's a quick question, why don't you just come out with it?
No, forget it. Let's talk about that. I have a friend of my dad did JBV maxing. He went to the Philippines and got himself a Philippine wife.
He's white, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
German?
of course, yeah.
Guten Tag?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and he went over there and got with her, and she now lives here in Austria with him.
All right. So is it is he worried that she may cheat, or is it
No,
secure?
The problem is they have two sons.
Together.
Who I know.
The white guy and
They're
the
Harper.
Asian. Okay,
They're
Harper.
Harpers.
Okay. All right.
And I know them. And yeah, as you can imagine, in Austria, they struggle hard.
What, the Harper children or the couple?
Yeah. The Harper children there.
Oh, so they suffer with what, racism or what?
Dating is the big
Oh, so they're old. So they're like what, 18 plus?
No, they're 17 and 16.
Are they
And
male?
these are
Are they male?
two male? Yeah.
Yeah, male.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say the why would a
It
Hoppa
just yeah.
woman be something?
It's
Yeah.
like it's so disappointing to be correct all the time because of the black pill. Like if they were Harper women, there would be no issue whatsoever. Harper men,
Wouldn't be a problem.
Harper men, they Harper men.
Go ER.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they both. One of them isn't even that unattractive. He looks kind of good, but
How tall are they?
I don't really, to be honest. I would guess a little bit below average.
Oh, in Germany.
That's all it
I mean
takes.
Austria. Wow. What's
The guys
the
who are-
average height in Austria, by the way?
I'm a Zoomer,
Hmm.
and Zoomer boys in Austria are really tall. In my class, there are like 5 guys who are 6 foot plus,
How tall are you, Fabstar?
6'4".
I mean, wow. Wow.
Auger.
Wow.
At 17, but I don't grow anymore.
What? This is insane. This is
The taller
this
guy
is
in my class.
brutal.
There's a 6'5" guy. He's 17 as well.
Oh,
So
I-
how
wow.
much success do you have with
Have you
women?
had success with women?
The two are fucked.
What did you say?
Too much?
What was the question? How much success they have, or how much success
No,
I
you.
have?
Do you have with your classmates,
Oh.
for example?
Absolutely none. I'm
Have you-
technically not none, but very, very bad results. I'm still a virgin.
Are you trying?
But you're 17,
Yeah.
so there is time.
Kind of. I'm trying. I actually don't have that bad cards. I mean, Face, I know you don't like it. You think it's disrespectful that guys like I am chilling here, and I totally get that because it kind of like is disrespectful.
Yes.
But
Was
I
was
don't
machst du hier?
I don't even look that bad.
I spoke
actually
German. You
sent
just completely ignored me.
Oh, sorry. What did you say?
I said, "Was machst du hier?"
Oh, just learning about the black pill and stuff like
Okay.
that.
Hey, he understood me. I don't learn German. I just pick up bits.
Nice.
I don't learn it. I just pick up bits. Anyway, yeah. So let's be clear. You're not declaring yourself as an involuntary celibate, are you? You're just saying that you're.
Moment,
Yeah.
At the current moment, I am, because I'm a little chubby, not like obese or some shit, but a little chubby, which kind of like automatically disqualifies you. But if I got in shape, I think I could do reasonably well.
Why are you not getting in shape?
Oh, I'm working on it. And the black pill made me make that realization. So I was a blue pill fuck who thought it didn't matter, and the black pill taught me, oh yeah, it fucking does matter.
Someone said "Raus mit dem fake cell" in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Now
I'm glad you were able to improve yourself. Black.
Yeah.
Out with the fake cell.
I shouldn't struggle too much.
All right. Yeah. Do it. Don't waste your youth digesting the black pill. I advise a lot of guys. I advise a lot of guys who come into my incelibate server. I say, you're young. Don't waste time. There is always time to come back when you've tried and you've failed. Don't come into this server when you haven't tried to get a girlfriend. Social circle, Max. Like, try to get into a good social circle. Try to use your friends as a pivot to women, parties, nightclubs, whatever. Try to use gym maxing. Try to use surgery. Everything.
I'm a little gym max. I used to work out pretty seriously in my mid-teens, and I gained quite a bit of muscle.
Good. That's the way to do it.
Less Discord, more friend group maxing.
Yep.
Correct.
You don't matter that much here in Austria. Your looks determine your success, and that's basically it.
I get that, but
also it
you know,
highly correlates. The best looking ones also have the best social circle, so it's
legit.
Correlates
I get that.
This is true in every country, man.
I get that.
That's not gonna
go
away.
But all I can say is, while you're young, try everything, because there is plenty of time to be an incelibate who plays video games, who sits in his basement till 2 a.m. eating like Cheetos. There is plenty of time to give up on life. You want to be trying when you're in your looks prime, when you have youth on your side. Like when you're like 40, 50, give up. Yeah, when you're 40, you've given everything.
At the moment, I
give
can
up.
only do one thing, and that is losing weight. That's the only thing I can do at the moment.
Well, I think you know best, man. So focus on that improvement and make memories that you can look back on fondly.
Yeah, hopefully I'm able to do that.
Cool said I would finish in 20 minutes. Yeah, it didn't work out. Right, Frabstar, I do appreciate your call. Dunker, thank you for calling, and I'll speak to you soon.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Yeah, bye guys.
See ya, bye.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. All right. Yeah, today was kind of good, apart from my connection messing up. But you've been a good guest. The content has been somewhat. What did you say?
I said it's been a pleasure being here.
Thank you. You've been I've really appreciated you being here. You've added to the conversation. I don't think I could have conveyed accurately or concisely or emphatically what I wanted to without you. So is there anything you want to just leave us on, like the just be, for people who don't believe in the just be white pill? Is there anything you want to say where, like, look, this is my experiences. I know the just be white pill because I've lived it. Is there anything you want to like leave us on?
So I've read a few of these chat comments here and there. One person was saying that I was Chad. I never claimed to be Chad. So disclaimer, I'm not Chad. I am 6'1". I won't deny that. But I will say that although height does help me, there are plenty of men in the 5'7" to 5'11" range that are having as much success as me, that I've seen firsthand in my two or so weeks here. So don't let your height deter you from geomaxing, because at least in a lot of Asian cultures, height is not thought of as important as it is in the West, just because the average height is much lower. So people wouldn't be able to date if they set these 6'1" minimum standards, for example. Let's see if there were any other comments that I wanted to get back to. How do I make money in Japan?
Good.
I made money in the States and then came here. I have some passive income online, but if you're going to geomax in a first world country, I would recommend money maxing beforehand, unless you have some sort of online telework job. You can.
How about long-termness? Like, you may be getting attraction from women in Japan, but how do you know this is like a long-term, or are they giving indication that they want to be with you long-term? Are they calling you after the lay?
Are the women calling me after the lay? What was that?
after like they get out of the bed the next day, are they just going home, ignoring you? Or
so far, I've had success with 2 women, and the first one was very
2
clingy.
weeks. 2 weeks. You've been there 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess 1 a week average. The first one definitely wanted to see me again. Kind of gave me clingy vibes, so I distanced myself from her. It was getting a little aggressive. And the other one spent some time in America, very westernized, very the kind of girl that wouldn't give me the time of day in the West. And I just met her for the second time yesterday, and I don't know what she sees in me, but JBW works because she is trying to see me again, and I would say she is an 8. Me dating an 8 in the States is absolutely would never happen. So
I think I've seen you before, and you're like a 4 at best. So for you to have you to have the success is proof of JBW just be white. It's not a Western pill.
I still can't quite believe it myself.
Let me go through some super chats. Face, can you explain why MLD was freaking out on you? Because this is from Clarify the Third. Because he is I would fully acknowledge that I went on the stream like a lamb to the slaughter. I went on with good intentions, naive, and they roasted me to hell. They muted me like 7-on-1. They dogpiled me. obviously they are protecting their business interests. They don't want to be proven wrong with like facts and statistics, and like this growing majority of men who are unable to use the red pill, unable to use dating coaches' advice. So they kind of silenced me at any conceivable point. So they freaked out on me. And MLD, Modern Life Dating, he made sure that I didn't get a word in edgeways, because he's protecting his business interests. So yeah, he went hard as a MF on me. I won't do that ever again. If I speak to a red pillar ever again, it would be on my own stream. I'm open to speaking to Rolo. Rolo said that he would be willing to speak to me, except for the fact that he got doxing threats. So, and he associated the doxing threats with me. He thinks that I instigated it, or that I kind of gave it my okay, which I didn't. I didn't know it happened. So you know, if I can get Rolo Tomasi to realize that I wasn't part of the doxing threats that came towards him, then there may be some scope for me to have a discussion with him, because I would love to have a discussion with Rolo one-on-one, because Rolo is coming from like this year, like 1990s, year 2000 perspective, where men can just be alpha bro. But that doesn't work. This advice is 20 years out of date. Okay, let's move on. Bendover said, lowest IQ stream for a while. Terrible callers. Archon P91 said, TDLDR, just Lockmax on Tinder, JFL. Time for a Kiss said, Face, if you were reborn a Chad, would you date women since most have a 20 plus body count? Illogical. Uses your money and status. Would you be Muktau that slays? I guess I'm kind of a B word, BITCH. So I value relationships, so I would prefer to be in a relationship. But if you're a Chad, you get to dictate the rules of a relationship. So, you know, like a 2 out of 10 guy who gets into a relationship isn't the same as an 8 out of 10 Chad who gets into a relationship. An 8 out of 10 can be relatively assured that his girlfriend won't cheat on him, that she values him, that every time she makes herself available in the bedroom, it's voluntary and not kind of a duty. So it's kind of different. So I would be a relationship, but that's just me. I don't know, maybe if I were born into a Chad like from like birth, maybe my perception would be different, but judging on who I am as an celibate, I would prefer to be in a relationship, I prefer to have a connection to a woman rather than just just using a woman as a fleshlight. How about you, Mr. Scops?
Sorry, I kind of tuned out there. What was the question again?
The question is, if you were reborn as a Chad, would you do that, or would you date long term?
You know, if I had the knowledge that I have now when I was reborn into a Chad, then I would probably just date. But if I was just born a Chad with a clean slate, like my memory wiped clean, of course I'd be hypergamous.
Okay, so slaying random, left and right.
Yeah.
Bed
Absolutely.
hopping. Okay, all right. Oh, well, hey, that's what women are doing right now. Clarify the Third said, let me see if I, Clarify the Third for 4.99 said, he's right about the third world being dangerous. Who I remember, that's a caller we had. You could be targeted as a sucker by gangs, corrupt police, etc. Yeah. How about why did you opt for Asia as opposed to Japan, Brazil, Mexico, etc.?
For similar reasons. I wanted the safety, and I didn't when I was thinking about geomaxing, I didn't want to put my life at risk, basically.
So
now, I'm not
it was
saying
a-
going to Brazil is putting your life at risk, but I wanted to have the peace of mind.
So it was a conscious decision to not go to Mexico, which is like the neighboring country to you, and to go to Asia. It was a conscious decision.
Also, I think Asian women are more attractive than South American women, so that factored in. So then I was choosing between Asian countries, and then it was kind of between Japan and Korea, and I just kind of picked Japan arbitrarily. But I think
Okay.
either one could have been fine.
Were you in like the southern states of America where you were close to Mexico?
No.
Okay,
More
so
north.
More north. Okay.
Not an easy road trip.
Okay, and so user 4891 said 40 plus norm can still get women, but all are blown out ex-femme or fat single mom. So many inkwells and volcells. Civilization doomed. Too many black pills. Unhappy face. Let's see if we can pick some points out of his post. 40 plus norm can still get women.
I'm kind of wondering what he's trying to say here.
No, he's saying 40 plus men can get women. So I'm guessing he's saying men in their 40s can beta box. I guess that's where he's
So
coming
somehow
from.
you magically lose your incelibacy when you turn 40?
Yeah, exactly. No, I get that women come down in their requirements as they age, especially like late 30s, 40s, 50s. But a growing number of women, as we saw today, would prefer to be single than date men that they don't find on their like radar, on their threshold, that don't meet their threshold.
Yeah, women keep their standards up indefinitely, basically.
There is no there is diminishing incentive for a woman to date a man who is unattractive. Like second wave feminism, like they get like jobs, they earn money. Then third wave, their equality in divorce courts, like marriage is less of an incentive. There is less incentive for a woman to settle for a man. So,
The money maxing route
it's dying,
not-
isn't it? The beta box thing is dying, isn't it?
Yes.
I remember a few years ago, incelibates were speaking about like beta boxing and dating a gold digger, but today's women earn money on OnlyFans, like OnlyFans, and like it's just,
content with the money they have coming in. They don't need a beta boxer. There's not. They would be repulsed at the thought. These third wave feminists.
like, yeah, exactly. I think we're on. Sorry, I'm away from the mic. I think we're on like fourth wave feminism. Like Instagram.
Whatever wave it is.
Yeah, I think we're on like 4th wave feminism, or maybe 5th. So women have no incentive now to settle down with an ugly provider. At least in, like, I don't know, 1990, women could earn money, but not enough money, and there was like a cultural incentive to settle down. But that's gone now. That is gone. Now women,
It's
like,
been gone since 2003.
Exactly.
I don't know.
That's what I'm
something
saying.
somewhere around there.
That is exactly what I'm
2008.
saying.
Somewhere between 2003 to 2008.
Let me see if I can read this last super chat. Complex EZ said, just eat bologna sandwiches with mayonnaise, bleach your skin, and have a pointed nose, bro. So basically, that's the JBW pill. He's saying just, yeah.
Not wrong.
All right.
I saw one more comment in the, it was by, like, what, Jinx, I think? Yeah, it was by Jinx, asking, do Japanese Stacy's exist?
Okay.
And yet, they exist in droves. I've never seen so many attractive women out and about. I'm not saying I can approach them. They're in another world. They exist, and it's incredible how many of them there are.
All right. Again, one more time. Can you give like a summary of the JBW pill for people who deny that it exists, and your experience as well? Tie your experiences in as well.
So, I mean, yeah, I hear a lot of deniers and copers that say that geomaxing doesn't work. Geomaxing is cope. You know, I've heard it all before, but I'm here now. It's working. Could be Corona. It could be any number of factors, but I've seen a lot of success from not just me, but the men around me. There's some very unattractive men with very attractive Japanese women. Things that would it angers me, these kind of things, but it works. There's no unless you've properly tried it, don't deny it. Same thing with gym-maxing. If you're fat and you're in celibate and you haven't gym-maxed, you can't claim that you're in celibate. It's the same idea. So I'll tell you firsthand that I'm a 4 at best, as Face has said. I may be 6'1", but I found 2 girls in 2 weeks.
Wow. Thank you.
Take from that what you wish, but
yeah,
that pretty much sums it up.
Right. That is a good estimation of the stock pill, and yeah, I thank you for calling in. Thank you for being on the show. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. That was like a good summarization of everything I've thought for the last couple of years. You've kind of embodied it. You've kind of given it body. You've kind of given it proof, 3D life. So I do appreciate you coming onto the show.
Evidence out there.
Evidence, exactly. All right, so what I will say now is, okay.
The American people are tired of women.
Right, so we're gonna head out now. Thanks for paying attention. This stream lasted about 2 extra hours, so you know, I don't know, good, bad, I don't know.
Yeah, is that a good or bad thing?
Yeah, exactly.
I
Who
guess
knows?
that's up to you guys to decide.
It's up to them to decide. All right, so the stream may go down, but I will be uploading it soon. I may have to edit out the swear words. But yeah, thanks for everything. Mr. Scops, I can't thank you enough for your participation.
It has been a pleasure, Face. Thanks for having me. Someone asked if I speak Japanese. I speak some, but it's definitely not a necessity.
All right, it's not exactly. You speak the one language that Japanese women understand.
Konbanwa, minasan, mite kurete arigatou gozaimashita.
Arigato, I understood that word. I think. Anyway, yeah, thanks for your participation, and we are out of here. So thank you, guys. Have a good week. Try to be good looking, try to be tall, and we are out of here. So thank you and goodbye.
Bye.